Good morning and welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM and hits 103.9 FM in Kumasi. In Accra, beg your pardon. In Kumasi, we on Love 99.5 and over 30 affiliates across Ghana's 16 regions, including Sankara FM Yendi, Laura FM Laura, and Radio Max Takrade. Get radio, TV, and online content on the myjoyonline.com interactive app for Android and iOS devices. Coming up, NDC Chairman Johnson Esiedun Ketia declares the party will not commit to any peace pact ahead of the December election.
The declaration don't mean anything to us.
A peace declaration. It doesn't mean anything to you.
It doesn't mean anything to us.
We have more as he explains why the party won't engage in a debate with NPP's Bawumia.
In terms of credibility, I rate Nana Addo higher than Bawumia, honestly, in all honesty. In all honesty, both are bad, but one is worse.
Also coming up, Legal Aid Commission fears work could grind to a halt due to shortage of staff across the country.
Upper West, for instance, we have only one lawyer, the regional head, who is the only lawyer there.
In business,
economist Dr. Ishmael Yamson blames IMF over current state of Ghana's economy, accusing it of contributing partly to the current crisis. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
And later, lovers of kinky, your favorite meal will not see any price reduction unless the current economic situation improves.
Apart from your soil, your irrigation, if it's irrigation doing the maize, all your pipes are import related.
These are more coming up with me, Mami Sinyamiche Thompson. Stay for details. And in your election headquarters, the national chairman of the opposition NDC, Johnson Esiedun Ketia, has announced that the party will not be signing any peace pact as the election approaches. In an interview on PM Express, Mr. Nketia questioned the effectiveness of such agreements based on past experiences. He criticized the tendency to focus on peace agreements only after tensions have risen, urging authorities to tackle the root causes of potential violence before it escalates.
The declaration don't mean anything to us.
A peace declaration. It doesn't mean anything to you.
It doesn't mean anything to us because all previous declarations have not been adhered to, and those declarations have not solved any problem. If you allow violence to be brewed, you have violence, whether you sign declaration or not. And so that is why, for more than a year ago, I started talking about the need for us to remove the building blocks for a violent elections. So at any stage, when something is happening, I call on those who in future will call us to sign declarations to speak up so that we stop this particular thing from happening. Otherwise, if you allow all those things to build up, and you say that let us go and play peace football match. Let us sign declaration. Let us do this with the hope that we will get a peaceful election. Peaceful election will not happen.
Mr. Esiedun Ketia also explained that President Akufo-Addo has more credibility than his Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, which is why the flag bearer won't debate him.
In terms of credibility, I rate Nana Addo higher than Bawumia, honestly, in all honesty. In all honesty, both are bad, but one is worse. In terms of credibility, I rate Nana Addo higher than Bawumia. As for Bawumia, he has allowed himself to be used as a tool. And so he has messed up his credibility, his total credibility. Even a P1 child, if you want to you ask who is a liar, you ask 10 people, at least 5 of them will mention Bawumia's name.
And you had National Chairman of the NDC, Johnson Esiedun Ketia. Now, the NPP running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, is challenging the NDC to compare his achievements as Minister of Education with those of his running mate, or their running mate, Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman. This challenge follows former President Mahama's accusations of mismanagement regarding the Dachi bonds. Mahama has promised to investigate any misappropriation of funds, but Dr. Opoku-Prempeh's spokesperson, Fifi Boafo, is demanding evidence against his boss.
If you generally say that, well, projects are not moving as expected, That is not specific. We want to get specifics. Based on that, answers shall be provided. You throw this into the air. Oh, he has questions to answers, as if to create the impression in the minds of the people that he's done something untoward for which reason he's afraid of his shadow. That is not correct. He is very much proud of his stewardship as the Minister of Education, and he is prepared to defend the record as the Minister of Education.
The election headquarters was brought to you by Petrosol Clean Fuel in Full Quantity, CIMA, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, AICPA and CIMA together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants, also by German Ozone Medical Center, Alternative Therapy, Dental Wellness and Beauty, Chopbox Technologies, A Convenient Service and Youth Bridge Foundation, bridging gaps for positive youth development. Away from election headquarters, the Legal Aid Commission fears work could grind to a halt due to a shortage of staff across the country. The commission is supposed to provide free legal services to persons who cannot afford it. But speaking at the Public Accounts Committee on Wednesday, Executive Director of the Commission, Edmond Amakwe-Foley, said they have had to apply for national service personnel to help with their workload because there are only 57 lawyers currently serving work at the commission.
Upper West, for instance, we have only one lawyer, the regional head, who is the only lawyer there. And so definitely a call for more staff is in the right direction. We have written to the National Service Secretariat to specifically assign us service personnel who are LLB graduates as well as lawyers. And going further, we would be having a formal meeting with them to conclude an MOU between the two institutions so that it is done regularly, and that would greatly enhance our staff strength.
You heard Executive Director of the Commission, Edmond Amakwe-Foley. Now, the Education Ministry is insisting that the colleges of education will not be closed down despite the strike by the college's teachers entering day 65. The announcement comes on the back of a call by the teacher trainees asking principals of the colleges to annul the academic calendar since it left with 3 weeks for it to come to an end. Speaking to Joy News, Deputy Education Minister John Ntimfojo appealed to CTAC to end the strike and return to the classroom.
In discussions with their leadership, they should come back and certainly an amicable resolution will be reached. I will appeal to the students to exercise restraint. We've engaged them till now and will continue to engage them together with the members of CTAC. There will definitely be a resolution.
Before the end of the academic term?
There will definitely be a resolution for learning to continue.
Now, the University Teachers Association of Ghana, UTAG, has raised objections to the NDC's pledge to pay academic use of facility fees for all level 100 students if elected into power. With over 45,000 eligible students unable to gain admission each year, primarily due to financial constraints, the NDC aims to boost university enrollment by removing these financial barriers. However, UTAG suggests that the funds should be distributed to universities as bursaries to be administered directly. Listen to Professor of UTAG, or President of UTAG, Professor Mahmoud Akudugu.
We believe that it should be targeted for equity, and besides that, we would have even preferred that this is given as bursaries and scholarships or grants to the universities to administer, because they'll be able to know which are the needy students based on their histories and all that, to administer rather than saying that everybody is free, go, we'll pay for your academic user fees and all that. So it should be targeted because, that is the best way to create equity.
Now, lovers of kenke will need to prepare for the reality that their favorite meal made from fermented corn is unlikely to see a price reduction unless the current economic situation, particularly the exchange rate, improves. The price of kenke is now between 4 and 5 cedis per ball, depending on the location. Many still reminisce about the days when the staple was sold for just 2 cedis, a price that disappeared as far back as November 2022. But why is the food made in Ghana, usually locally produced maize, so heavily influenced by external factors? An agric economist at the University of Ghana, Professor Irene Ejir, explains to Raymond Akwa on our front why kenke could, in fact, be considered as an imported food.
Analyze kenke making, the import content.
KK?
Yes. Because your fertilizer, apart from your soil, your irrigation, if it's irrigation doing the maize, all your pipes are import related. Your transportation is import, the big one. That brings the maize from the hinterland to my Mame Dokono at Osu. Our agriculture sits on importation. The seed itself may be hybrid imported.
And you heard a Greek economist at the University of Ghana, Professor Irene Eje, bringing us to the end of this morning's bulletin. I am Amisi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show.
Jump on go. Gugomi, at what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I not change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind, Seth, be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium, they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside?
I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small.
Go.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
Hey, we see you speccing your car, taking that trip, chilling on the beach. Charlie, now we want to see this become your story. Simply use your ABSA card 10 times or more and you'll be entered into a monthly draw where you stand a chance to be among 5 lucky winners to take home 40,000 Ghana cedis. The more you use your card, the more entries you'll receive. Earn an extra entry by using the ABSA app or internet banking 5 times or more. No ABSA card? Don't worry. Visit the nearest branch for an ABSA account or card today and make winning part of your story. Promotion is between 1st July and 31st October. This promotion is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Your story matters. ABSA.
Your preferred retirement partner, Apex Trustee, offers you an unmatched pension administration service that guarantees a cheerful life of retirement for both formal and informal sector workers. Our Progress Occupational Pension Scheme, the Progress Provident Fund Scheme, and the Progress Personal Pension Scheme will help you achieve financial peace of mind during retirement. Apex Trustee provides employer-sponsored schemes, including staff welfare schemes, seeking to outsource the day-to-day administration of their second-tier occupational pension and third-tier Provident Fund schemes. Start the quality lifestyle journey you envisage for your retirement now. Call us on 0504 368048 or 0256 793330. Apex Trustee, a joyous retirement begins here.
Calling all shoppers. This month at Oka Decor, we have an offer that you simply cannot resist. That's right, enjoy an irresistible 20% off a huge variety of stylish and modern furniture. But wait, there's more. Stay tuned every week for more irresistible and exclusive deals and save big. Visit Oka Decor on Spintex Road to enjoy our irresistible offers.
I am Ohinere Gifty Auntie. You see, it always feels good when you receive that salary alert. I made a bold decision to invest a lump sum into the Old Mutual Retirement Salary Plan. And this means that I will get these alerts every month throughout retirement for the rest of my life. You too can retire on your own terms. So invest a lump sum in the Old Mutual Retirement Salary Plan today and enjoy guaranteed monthly income for life. Call Old Mutual on 050-453-4333 or visit oldmutual.com.gh to sign up today. Old Mutual, do great things every day.
The luckiest.
Star 712 #.
Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Here's to the friends who dialed *712# and found no regrets. To the investors who struck gold. To the health workers who diagnosed luck with precision. To the tough guy who couldn't hold back his tears. To the passionate fan who couldn't contain his joy. To the seamstress who turned her hard-earned stitches into a bundle of happiness. And now, here's to you. Your next big win is right here.
Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. The luckiest.
Dial *712#. Now join in the luckiest winning celebration. Every 1st July 2024. Over dial *712#. Now I can to tickets as a group, individual, and now even as a community. Now win is the car cashier. Prizes are cashier in the community draw or go for the grand draw on the 30th of November 2024. Unlock your luck with *712#. Now join in the winning streak now.
The luckiest.
*712#.
Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. The luckiest.
Bafu?
Hey, morning, Kujo.
Yeah, good morning, good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm all right. Quite a lot has been said about brain drain, and, you know, sometimes it seems quite straightforward. If people go where their expertise is valued. So, much as we may have spent a fortune to train them in Ghana, if we don't then value the expertise we've given them, and someone else does, they'll go there. So, we, a country that desperately needs the people we've trained, are losing them to countries that have even more.
Yeah, only this week, a friend sent me a text message. He trained to be a doctor. Told me, I'm in Canada now.
Wow.
I was like, just like that, you've left Canada. Yeah, so that's a big problem right now. The fact that we are training people and then we are losing them to other countries.
Yeah. But, there must be a strategy. Nigeria has signed a new law, a very interesting law, which is actually aimed at bringing back those who have left, giving them incentives that will make them have as comfortable, if not a more comfortable life in Nigeria than what they're experiencing abroad. So they are actually attracting or aiming to attract expertise and skills that they didn't even have here.
Right.
Because a lot of these doctors went to specialize abroad and never came back. They want them back. And they're being deliberate about it. Okay, so they are committing resources and money to it because they want to make sure that their population.
I don't think these professionals are asking too much, are they? I mean, they just want to be comfortable in the country. I mean, if you post them to a rural area, I mean, the basics should be there.
Make sure that
they don't have to go through stress. Yeah,
that is all. But when they have to go and hustle, and live at inconvenience.
Exactly.
Just to So we're talking about that today.
Important topic.
Yeah, very important. Okay. Now, 6 a.m. news came to us thanks to Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. And Absa Bank Ghana Limited, your story matters. Now, if you hear trumpets in your head, because they're heralding the Joy Business Report. Your song, it has some nice trumpets in there. It's brought to you by Omni Basic Bank at your service and Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature. Trumpets!
At the sound of the trumpet, welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, economist Dr. Ishmael Yamson blames IMF over current state of Ghana's economy, accusing it of contributing partly to current crisis. Also coming up, we explore impact on Bank of Ghana's end-of-year inflation target and policy rate review after inflation declined for the fourth consecutive month to 20.9% plus. Magdan Group set to list its salt mining business, Electrochem, on the Ghana Stock Exchange by end of next month to raise about $40 million. Details coming up. Hey, thanks for joining us this morning. My name is Darryl Kwao. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidua on KTU Radio. Economist Ishmael Yamson has indicated that the IMF cannot be excused over the current state of Ghana's economy. Government was last year forced to sign up for a fund program after it was declared as a debt-distressed country, shutting Ghana from the international capital market. But Mr. Yamson maintains that the fund has not been truthful to managers of the economy when it matters.
I've had experience with the fund for many, many years. Unfortunately, I don't trust them that much.
The data again shows that anytime we're on the fund program, the numbers look very good on the economy.
The same fund people in 2019, when they knew that Ghanaian economy was almost collapsing, and you can read it in the April Article 4 consultation, it's there, they are black and white. So what did they tell the government at the time? Until the Euro bond market was shut down, before these same fund people then stood up and say the Ghanaian economy needs rescue. But they had known in April, long before.
Dr. Ishmael Yamson there, he is an economist. Now, the Institute of Fiscal Studies has attributed the depreciation of the cedi to an unstable economic environment. It is rejecting arguments that the lack of dollar support has been a major contributing factor to the cedi's woes. At a press briefing on the media budget review, a senior fellow at the Institute, Dr. Said Wache, urged government to adopt stringent policies to stabilize the cedi.
Cumulative depreciation of the cedi against the US dollar in the first half of 2024 demonstrate how unstable and thus weak and fragile the Ghanaian economy remains. Apart from the rate recorded in the first half of 2023, the 18.6% cumulative depreciation rate of the cedi against the US dollar recorded in the first half of 2024 is the third highest since year 2000, depicting a very unstable macroeconomic environment in the country.
You had Dr. Said Wache. He's a senior fellow at the Institute for Fiscal Studies, Ghana. I'm checking the currency market for you this morning. The dollar going for 15 cedis, 75 pesos. A British pound, 20 cedis, 21 pesos. The euro going for 17 cedis, 33 pesos. Now, government statistician Professor Samuel Kobnenim is making a strong case for a well-coordinated approach in handling challenges affecting government's Planting for Food and Jobs initiative. It comes after food inflation for the month of July dropped significantly to 21.5%. Addressing the media after signing an MOU with the World Food Programme, he said a move to address food insecurity is key to keeping food prices stable.
And for us as a country, we need to converge our efforts from the Planting and Food and Jobs perspective. As we all know, the Planting and Food and Jobs has been launched. It talks about issues around food self-sufficiency. What this collaboration is going to help us do to try and link food self-sufficiency. There has been a drop from 5.4% to 11.7%. But the story is there if you look at it from the perspective of the food insecurity experience scale, which our last annual household income and expenditure survey puts that figure at 44.1%. So clearly the conversation around food security and nutrition would have to be linked to food insecurity.
Government statistician Professor Samuel Kobnenim. So, is the Bank of Ghana on track to achieve its end-of-year inflation target of up to 17%? Well, that's the question on the minds of some analysts after inflation declined for the fourth consecutive month to 20.9%. And how will this also impact on the policy rate, which currently stands at 29%? We've got some analysis for you next.
From March this year, inflation rate has been dropping every month to hit 20.9% in July. This is the lowest over the past 3 years. But for some, with inflation rate hitting this new level, even when the country hasn't gotten to the harvest season, this has led to some projecting that it will continue to decline, looking at the impact of the food component on the overall inflation in the coming months. However, some are worried about how the city's performance going forward could affect inflation rates slowing down. But engaging officials of the Bank of Ghana after the July inflation rate was announced, the bank maintained that they are optimistic about hitting their end-of-year target of a lower band of 13% and a higher band of up to 17% by December this year. However, the Bank of Ghana has maintained that there might still be the need for further tightening in the policy rate going forward. So for those who thought that the development will lead to the policy rate going down further from the current 29%, which will have impacted on the cost of credit, well, maybe you have to wait for a while longer.
George Affe. Now, turning to other news, Magdan Group is now set to list its salt mining business, Electrochem, on the Ghana Stock Exchange by the end of next month. It's cleared most of the requirements needed to aid this listing. Electrochem is looking to raise about $40 million from the public. Kweku Amprofi is chief executive of Magdan Group.
We want to go higher than Ghanaians. We want every African to be able to own a piece of it. There are a couple of reasons why we're going on the stock market. One is that we want the company to be a company that's owned by everybody and not owned by a single person. Personally, I feel it's probably going to be one of the highest performing stocks on the market. It's worth it that everybody owns a part revenue. So the goal is not purely revenue in terms of income or bringing in more money going on the stock market, but the goal, let's create something that everybody can own a piece of. But in the process, obviously, we want to raise more capital through equity rather than debt as well. So we're not over leveraged.
Kweku Amprofi there, he's chief executive of the Magdan Group. Meanwhile, the Ghana Stock Exchange says stabilizing the economy is very important to help more local businesses raise funds on the domestic market. According to the exchange, the biggest challenge facing investors is the unstable economic indicators like high inflation, cedi depreciation, and other factors, hence the need for local capital mobilization to promote business growth. Managing Director of the Ghana Stock Exchange, Abna Amoah, has been speaking to Joy Business.
The biggest challenge affecting not just the GSC, but all of us that operate in Ghana, whether you're a company or you're an individual, is the macroeconomic stability. We must find a way to solve for high inflation rates, high interest rates, and our currency. And we think that a big solution to that is mobilizing domestic capital and investing in domestic production so that demand for import substitution we can have a strategy to grow it over a certain number of years.
Managing Director of the Ghana Stock Exchange, Abna Amoah. Now if you're considering a venture in agribusiness, particularly snail farming, now is the perfect time to start. Felix Nyakwa, Chief Executive of Trisolis Farm, says that an initial investment of 2,000 cedis is enough to begin your journey in snail farming. He shared this insight during the Joy Business Masterclass Agribusiness Series. Listen.
So possibly you can start with 2,000 cedis. 2,000. So the 2,000 cedi setup that we have, for instance, that is pre-fabricated is a 6 feet by 2 feet box that is divided into 3. So we have 20 snails per each cubicle, and we give you soil, we give you snails, we give you everything that you need in there. And
if I put 2,000 cedis into it, how long am I getting how much back?
Okay, so snails are more long term. Think more long term. That snails is a long term. So a year and a half mostly, or a year exactly, you can sell them.
2,000 cedis to start a snail farming business. That sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Well, join the Joy Business Masterclass Agribusiness Series. It's a 13-week program. It airs every Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. on Joy 99.7 FM. And some more great news for you this morning. Have you thought about securing a year's discount on some interior decor, furniture, kitchenware stuff, and other housing stuff? Well, that awaits you when you visit one of our sponsors and experts at the Ecobank Joy News Habitat Fair. Lesh Fortunes, a company specializing in interior decor. Chief Executive Lilia Hazima Nafra has been speaking to Joy Business about the deals awaiting patrons.
For this year, they are coming to see something new. We are still on the prefabricated homes. We are working on, getting it very affordable this time. And you'll be seeing very nice decor pieces. And also, when they come, we are going to give a QR code. You take it, you go to our site, you put a comment, and you win a prize. 10% on curtaining or 10% on interior design is a huge discount. And so they should come expecting 10%. Once you have your name written in our visitors book, anytime after a year when you call and say I was at the fair, the discount applies. We'll do interior design advisory. We have something coming up we call Beyond Artisanship. So we'll train artisans in best practices, especially for those we work with in this industry. We do a lot with carpenters, with masons, with painters. And so in the next few months, hopefully early next year, we'll be rolling out that program.
That was Lilia Hajima Nafra, Chief Executive of Lesh Fortunes. So make a date from the 30th to the 30th of August to the 1st of September this year. The EcoBank Journeys Habitat Fair opening at the Good Park near the Accra Mall. You don't want to miss it. Amazing discounts await you. And so just keep listening. We'll be telling you, updating you on what to expect as the days go by. And before we go, a look at the markets. The commodity market this morning, crude oil dropped to $79 a barrel. Gold increased by almost $7 to open trading at $2,454 an ounce. I was kind of enjoying the hip hop in the background. But he decided on the trumpet.
The trumpets have to return.
Cocoa going for $6,967 a ton after losing $84. And that's the Joy Business Report. Back to Kojo and the team with more of the Super Morning Show. Maybe the trumpet was to announce your grand entrance.
You,
the king.
Yesterday you got me in trouble for calling me a king.
And people asking, is he really a king? Yes, he is a king. Yes, he is.
Okay. Well, wait, isn't this the same song we played the other day? Diana Hamilton or Winnie, or is that different?
Is that different, Aaron?
It sounds familiar.
It sounds familiar. I know
like
we did some Diana
Hamilton.
Anyway, if it's good, why?
If it's good, why not? If the thing is nice, what again? So there you go. Trumpets followed by Diana Hamilton's On Winnie.
All right.
Enjoy. Hamilton has some very good friends in our production team.
Everybody say Aaron. I'm not going to be one of those purporting that if you play the same song from the same artist and you play it twice in a week. Yes, no. I don't think
you don't want to be like the boys in the WhatsApp group.
Yeah, it's almost like an oversight, but I'm not going to. Yeah.
Yes, it was a slip.
Especially when they say when it's nice or when the song is good, you play it twice.
Play it twice. Yes.
The boys in the WhatsApp group.
It's only fair that
the boys in the WhatsApp group say they wanted it.
Especially when the person being accused has no history of being engaging in. If we were to be Opana.
These days, Opana and those names, you can't say them.
Oh,
you can't use the. You see, Ghana, Rana.
But Opana,
Rana, even Ghana, you cannot.
It was there before politics.
Yes, but Rana, you cannot even say. You cannot even say it is possible without you being associated with a political party.
It's a problem.
So Rana,
it is possible. It's possible. What? Please.
Please.
But if something is possible, yes, you should be able to make it.
So Rana, I say it's doable.
It can be done.
It can be done.
It's achievable.
So if you are not careful,
it is not outside the realms of possibility.
Wow,
no. Plenty words. Lots of words for something small.
No, the political season will end
soon.
When it's over, we can return to
because
one day.
If you go and say Opana, if you go and say Jack Toronto, if you know, it's
but Jack Toronto is very specialized.
Now is
it was invented for a purpose.
Anyway,
you go that way.
Let's learn how.
No, we do drive safe.
Let's do drive safe.
Brilliant. Yes. It is possible.
It is doable.
Yes, it is doable. All right. Now, the Drive Safe campaign is brought to you by Joy News and the Multimedia Group, supported by Toyota, superior quality, and Imperial General Assurance, solid protection. So, Winston, there's generally the call on drivers, right? That if you can, make sure that you not only do assessment of the car, but also assessment of yourself. So, for example, there's been incidents where people driving get to realize that all of a sudden they feel dizzy. So if you get the indication, don't say I can still drive. Two things here. First, in the morning, you may not be well, and it is heavy machinery. People should note that there are certain drugs that you take. You cannot run heavy machinery.
Exactly.
It is not only those who are using the mills and who work in what they call factories that are giving that advice. Driving is part of that indication that if you are sedated by or given some other drugs, you cannot do so. On the other side, the temptation for you to feel that you are tired, be it from work or be from... Have you ever met somebody who's asleep behind the wheel in traffic before?
Oh, yeah. And then...
Just yesterday, a driver was alerting me. See, look at the man. He's asleep.
Yeah, he's asleep, yeah.
At the traffic light, he's there.
It happens.
He's just there quietly.
I even just this morning when I was coming to work.
Yeah, but that's extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
So at least do a personal assessment. Don't give yourself higher marks. There's no examination. Don't make yourself feel superhuman when you know you cannot drive. Sometimes you need to rest. Find alternative transportation, and you save all of us on the road. Because this gentleman created some mini traffic, but assuming this was on the highway, this was a traffic light, but on the highway, and he ends up sleeping on the highway, managing a huge vehicle.
Yeah, we have a problem.
Come on.
Yeah. Anyway, so we have to be very careful. I like that. You have to assess yourself also. Yeah. Don't just engage in assessment of your vehicle.
Yeah. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday when I was asking about the option between arriving there, getting there, and
arriving alive.
Yes, and dying. Right. We just never consider that this car you are about to move, you could be doing. This could be the last time you are doing it.
Yeah.
Right? We never consider that option for ourselves. And so we don't properly assess ourselves. You have no idea the number of times people have set off on a trip, a journey, knowing they are tired and sleepy, but prioritizing whatever it is they are traveling for over their need to even remain alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we need to start making some of these decisions in a very dispassionate, sober way. Whatever you are rushing to, it can't possibly be more important than being alive the next day.
Let's learn how to say it right. Brought to us by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks, and Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done. You say either, I say either.
I've got a super subject for Say It Right. Me versus I. I can't tell you the number of times I've had to point out that it should be Winston and I, not me and Winston. There are some exceptions, though. It is sometimes right to say me and Winston. It all depends on whether the pronoun is a subject or an object in the sentence. Now, I have an easy system for figuring out whether to say Winston and I or me and Winston. Just take the other person out of the sentence and see which pronoun makes more sense in their absence. For instance, me went to the chop bar does not make sense. So you don't say me and Winston went to the chop bar. It would have to be Winston and I went to the chop bar. But if it would make sense to say the chop bar made green soup for me and not the chop bar made green soup for I, that tells me that it should be the chop bar made green soup for me and Winston, not for Winston and I. That's how you say it right.
Yes, that's an important one. When to say me and when to say I.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah.
It confuses a lot of people.
Many people. Okay, before we get into the headlines, thanks to the
You
news
and
review.
me were not there.
You and I were not there.
Ah.
So you see, the me is us.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's how you.
Yeah. The simple method I use. That's what I wasn't even talked about.
You
The
and
simple
us
method.
were not
I
there.
remove the other people from the sentence and see if it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you say you and me were not there, does it make sense when you remove the you and you leave just the me? Me were not there. Does it make sense? But I was not there. Makes sense. So you know it's I and not me. Yeah. That's the best way to do it.
You and my house.
Uh-huh.
You and my house.
Why no swear?
I've heard some English people say that. You and my house.
This should be a subject of research.
We'll fact check this one. All right, now, just before the news review brought to us by Access Bank, More Than Banking. Ray, you were engaged in a very interesting conversation last night. So I heard the price of kinky coming up a couple of times. And I thought it was so interesting. I just want everyone to hear what was discussed last night on Upfront. Listen.
Analyze kinky making, the import content.
KK?
Yes, because your fertilizer, apart from your soil, your irrigation, if it's irrigation doing the maize, all your pipes are import related. Your transportation is import, the big one. That brings the maize from the hinterland to my Mame Dokono at Osu. It's import related.
So it's
the containers, the rubber bags, everything, the plastic bowls, everything. What we use to fetch the pepper, our agriculture sits on importation. The seed itself may be hybrid imported. I'm telling you, the seed, a lot of seed we use in Ghana is not bred here. And even if it will be bred here, the things in the lab is expensive now because we are importing everything.
Never thought of it like that before.
Me too. I was just wondering why. We're discussing the NDC's Youth Manifesto and specifically the skills and the agric section. And they had brought up some interesting points that they were raising. Then I just draw down to the point that without food security, whichever manifesto promise you have in agriculture will be useless. So how does that guarantee food security? Then I draw down to just kinky and say, kinky, where I buy it is 5 cedi. What will you do to make sure it goes back to 2 cedi? Then Prof stepped in, and Professor Irene Najiri, she's an agric economist at University of Ghana, the School of Agriculture. It is established that she's the first female dean of that school, and for 30 years she's been doing this.
Fantastic.
Then she decided to break it down for me to understand that no, I've been perceiving kinky wrong. I've been seeing it as some food that is just some maize we get from here, from our own farms. No, you say it. Yeah, that we used to prepare our own food. So why is it also been affected by all the factors we talk about? Then she broke it down from the farm gate straight down to the transportation element. Then there's a part she talks about even the woman selling, the things that she has to sell with, all of the plasticware and all of the other things that she has to put in there. Then if you take out, of course, we can have a conversation about the vegetables, whether they are from Ghana or from elsewhere. But essentially, her argument is that your macroeconomy indeed determines a lot of things. So if you have a dangerous exchange rate situation, it affects things directly and indirectly. We may not see the indirect part because we are used to certain things. And so if we fix the overriding problems, some of these things will automatically be fixed.
Fix themselves,
Yes.
yeah.
You know, I can understand her. And you know, but you see, because also maize sometimes, Raymond, is seasonal. And that's a problem here. Because a lot of our crops are seasonal. So we have the maize season. Unfortunately for us this year, we may not have a maize season because this year, again, the rains have been poor.
There have been complaints a lot.
Yes, and
even prayers to try and shore up.
Yes, and because our agriculture is rain fed, and this is something when we were in JSS, we were taught. We were taught in secondary school, and I am sure those who are studying today will be taught the same thing: mechanization, irrigation. When I drove, when I drove through Akuse, through Usudoku areas, and I saw the attempts at irrigation by General Achampong. I asked myself, so this was 50 years ago. How come we never took advantage? Now, those attempts at irrigation are currently serving some people who are engaged in crop farming, along those areas. So if the state, for instance, the state decides to help, support somebody to go into large-scale farm with irrigation, that would solve a lot of our problems. And all the things she's talking about, the seeds that are imported, all of these can be developed in this country.
Well, that's what the Peter Otukudo said, that's the NDC's vision.
But you see, this is the other point. It is true. So normally, because maize is seasonal, during the maize season, the price is low. So you would expect that Kinky will be better. But as we know,
rigid downward movement.
Yes. And also, you see, it's simple. Why? It is the Kinky that I use to feed my family. So if other things are expensive too, me too, that is my source of income.
That's true.
So how do I reduce it? Even the tomatoes. I used to complain that tomatoes had increased to, say, 200 buckets. The
And
pink
the
bucket.
standards
Now it's
actually
80 cities.
yes,
Now it's 80
reduced,
cities. It's reduced because tomato is in season. But the point is that we must reach that position where we can project into the future and say, because this is our level of consumption, we're making provisions. Nobody has developed with rain-fed agriculture. And this is not rocket science.
Yeah. And we should not even be repeating those things. And, yesterday it was as if we were playing with it, but it's a very damning verdict on us that a group will meet, say we are praying that we get rains, almost like biblical times. We are praying that we get rain so that we can get our crops growing, so that we can be able to feed our family. See,
today's world, there's drip irrigation.
Yeah,
people are engaging in it. They have boreholes in their farm, and then they use the water. These are all things that can be done. When I went to the Kusunya, the rice farms. They were, they had their own way of irrigating the farms, which ensured that they could gradually farm all year. These are things that can be done. But you see, in the Economic Enclave project, it is government facilitated together with NIDA and other agencies. It tells you that government has a role to play. The state is responsible for the general welfare and well-being of its citizenry. So the state has a role to play. Don't let us always go to sleep. Then we are thinking about number of farmers. It's only in Ghana that we don't think about the output. We think, the number of farmers.
Not a yield conversation, but it's numbers that you have on the ground.
So we say we have provided seeds to these number of farmers, and that's this
Give
number
us
of farmers.
funds for the input,
and then that's
don't worry about the output.
We don't come back to say that because of what we did, we've been able to reduce this and that. No. That one won't say we have created this number of jobs.
Imagine.
When you ask them, they say, if you look at it, because we have cultivated 357 hectares, and we
recruited an entire newsroom to work with.
And we expect that every hectare has this number of people. Then I say, when I was engaged in maize farming, I didn't recruit more than, I didn't recruit the numbers you're talking about, even though I cultivated about 5 hectares. So what are you talking about? Anyway, let's get into the papers.
Yeah. Let's see what's in the headlines.
Now, let's start with the Daily Graphic, and it's actually reporting this morning, I will build a prosperous nation. This is Alan John Kojo Chemartin there. And if anybody has taken their time to go through the great transformational plan, and I recommend that others do so, because we have all agreed that this year, we want only the best of the ideas to come out. Because it looks like people just breeze through the process, they say things, they put slogans to it, then it becomes problematic along the line for all of us. So we want the best of ideas. There are some very interesting ideas that have been presented in Chemartin's great transformational plan. I hope that it will not be swept under the carpet, ignored mostly by people pretending that they are also interested in the main conversation. Then we reduce the conversation to MPP, NDC, even if the best of ideas are not coming from there. So we should necessarily have a conversation, be it from Kofi Akpalu or whoever. It is the best of ideas that must reign, because it's ideas that build a state, not sloganeering and the other things connected to it. But yes, it's on the front page. The other one is present circumstance. Present rather, yes. Present circumstance must influence your vote. This is Toby Afede giving the advice there. Inflation is coming down, small, slightly, 20.9 in July. Yes. Food inflation also declined sharply. That's on the front page. And again, so that nobody accuses anybody of anything. Because sometimes when we mention these reductions, your people will say that, but we are not feeling it at the Kenke joint. Yeah,
but you see, the reality is that how you probably may calculate your inflation is not how the Ghana Statistical Service will calculate inflation. Everything has a weight, and the comparison is to the previous month's inflation, then to the previous year's inflation. Yeah. So this one, for instance, the truth is that our current rate of, this July rate is from the second week of June to the first week of July.
Right.
The August rate will be from the second week of July to the first week of August. So that's actually something they are working on currently. Yeah. And so it is based on the weight that is put on every product. So you may consume something more, but it doesn't have a higher weight.
Again, if you are an SMA, Greek yogurt person, you might not necessarily be within the baskets that they are talking about. It doesn't mean that you're also not seeing rising inflation.
Yeah.
And that it doesn't mean that this is wrong. There was a time that we did politics
your snack
with
of
it.
choice?
Yeah. Is that where you want to go with that?
SMA Greek yogurt.
No, but you see,
very specific example.
You know dog meat.
Yeah.
That we're talking at a point in time. They said the rate of inflation was 100%. It had a weight of 0.00.
Yeah. So
it didn't contribute in any way to the national average. So maybe you are a lover of dog meat and you're having to pay more. Unfortunately, here.
But can we advocate, me and Mbura, who are friends of the dog meat industry, can we contribute? Can we force the GSS to consider and make our input heavy?
Let me get to the finder.
Before
one of you is a friend of the dog meat industry. The other one is in the dog meat industry. I haven't named anybody.
Okay, now public lands are secure. This is Minister Samuel A. Jinapo speaking to the People's Republic of Ghana. And public lands are important. I certainly believe that and hope that when he says public lands, he also means that our vegetation and everything is also secured, and that Galamsey is not happening anywhere. I not see that as a part of the story, though. One would have expected that. We didn't have given opportunity. As his minister in charge, I would have given a brother. There was a gentleman who had a question, who they told him, and then yet that kind of conversation. You come another day. Yes, yes. Anyway, but that's on the front page too. Yes.
The new finder this morning, Quantum Sage New Gas refutes claims of foreign ownership. They've talked about their commitment to the cylinder recirculation. Inflation rate slows for the fourth consecutive month to 20.9 in July. Rethinking tertiary education services, making private universities in Ghana accessible and affordable. That's a very good one. You may want to grab a copy of the finder. Wages, jobs to increase as industry sector expands by 6.8% according to Deloitte. And government set to publish list of public lands leased since 1993. That's according to Samuel Abu Jinapo. And there was,
when is this list going to be published?
He needs to publish it because he made that promise right here.
Yeah, I get
it.
See, but the point is that there's a litany of promises that the minister has made about lands that has yet to see the light of day. So this one, we are 4 months to an election. He should give us specific timelines. In next week, Wednesday, I will publish the list. It's fine. I mean, this is our property, so we ought to know what you do with it.
Yeah. All right, let's go for the online news review then.
It's brought to you by Zenith Bank in your best interest and Goyle Good Energy, Yanara Yendia. And today on myjoyonline.com, NDC won't sign peace declaration ahead of election. That's according to Sidun Kitia. That's a very strange signal.
No, they say that the peace declarations, they don't work in any way.
But there's always been peace, so why
it says
is
if
the
there will be
declaration
peace
doesn't
or there will
work?
not be peace? Mm-hmm. It has very little to do with
signing a declaration.
Yes.
So sign it. If it makes no difference, then is it not better to just sign it?
We are campaigning.
Let's go for the BBC News.
All right. It's brought to us. Wait, by the way, there's an interesting story about a woman switching to Miss Universe Nigeria after a row in Miss South Africa. So it's not only the footballers who can switch countries depending on...
Yeah, they asked her to go to her hometown.
Say go to your hometown, saying.
That's what they asked her.
Wow.
Anyway,
go to your hometown.
Okay then, all right. Well, the BBC News now brought to us by Fidelity Bank, believe with us. And Old Mutual, 10 years of greatness in Ghana, here for a lifetime.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
For over 60 years, Good Energy has served you top quality fuel. Goyle brings you Super XP for a smooth ride. It is available in Goyle stations nationwide. Goyle Super XP is fortified with special additives which help your engine perform better and use less fuel. Goyle Super XP is quality fuel, the ideal choice for most vehicles. Energize your ride with Goyle Super XP. Who feel ya? Huh? Who feel? Good energy. Yeah,
Come on. Good boy. Honey, look, he's crawling. Good job. The new Cerelac Wheat and Maize has the combined goodness of wheat and maize grains fortified with iron, vitamins, and minerals also found in fruits and vegetables. To prepare the new Cerelac Wheat and Maize, just add milk. Enjoy your little one's big moments at less cost. Cerelac, care for them, count on us. This advert is FDA approved.
Choboy! We have a new leader in town. Obiarentie. Amafo. Madam was Sibebre. When him say my baby, maybe more charcoal for whiter teeth. More charcoal. Not only that, maybe lemon. More lemon. Zinc for fresher breath. More zinc. And fluoride for stronger teeth.
Introducing the new President Charcoal pack with more power with a combination of charcoal and lemon for naturally whiter teeth. Grab yours now. This advert is FDA approved.
Nominations are open for the 8th edition of the prestigious Ghana Energy Awards until August 30th. Under the theme, the role of local content in building Ghana's energy sector. Categories for this year include the Energy Personality of the Year, Energy Company of the Year, and many more.
Visit www.GhanaEnergyAwards.com.
Endorsed by the Ministry of Energy and the World Energy Council Ghana. Media partners, Joy FM, Graphic News Plus. For sponsorship inquiries, please call 030-3940-300. Ghana Energy Awards, 8 years of redefining excellence.
Benefits, no health cover, and the constant threat of deportation. We'll be finding out how fragile life can be.
Indocumentados. Today at 8:30 GMT. Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
He's the 21-year-old star player for both Real Madrid and England, so how far can Jude Bellingham go? And with the likes of Louis Vuitton and Adidas backing him, we find out how he can turn his earnings from millions to billions.
Next, it's The Inquiry. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Welcome to The Inquiry on the BBC World Service. Project 2025 is a detailed guide for America's next Conservative president.
It's not just a policy wish list, it's also a blueprint for how to govern in fairly unprecedented ways.
The US Conservative movement wrote it.
Project 2025 is right in characterizing this as a battle between Americanists and woke revolutionaries.
And there are more than 2,000 action points.
The fact that not all of this is going to happen doesn't mean that people shouldn't be quite concerned about some of it happening.
With the US presidential election set for November, we're asking, how might Project 2025 shape the future of the US?
People are more nervous about Project 2025 than they would be about a Project 2025 with a different leader of the Republican Party.
I'm Charmaine Cozier. Join me on The Inquiry after the news.
I'm Debbie Russ with the BBC News. Hello. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has used an independence anniversary speech to express his outrage over violence carried out against women. His comments come as the country is rocked by mass protests after last week's rape and murder of a young female doctor in Kolkata. David Bamford reports.
In remarks apparently aimed at the West Bengal authorities responsible for Kolkata, where the hospital is located, Narendra Modi said state governments need to take crimes against women seriously. He said those involved in such demonic acts must face strict punishment. The protests by thousands of women and medical staff have been fueled by accusations of an attempted cover-up at the hospital where the 31-year-old woman was brutally killed.
Hundreds of students in Bangladesh are patrolling the site of a planned gathering of Awami League activists loyal to the ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, vowing to quash any show of strength. Thursday marks the anniversary of the assassination in 1975 of her father, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, during a military coup. A new round of Gaza ceasefire negotiations is due to get underway today in Doha, but with no sign that Hamas is willing to join the talks. Expectations are low. A ceasefire and hostage return deal is considered key to stopping the Gaza conflict from spiralling into an all-out regional war. From Tel Aviv, here's Jenny Hill.
Hamas says it will not participate. It's accused the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of adding new conditions to existing proposals. That's something which Israel denies, but mediators are expected to face a good number of sticking points, among them the control of the Philadelphia corridor. That's a strip of land in Gaza along the Egyptian border, also potential conditions on the return of Palestinian civilians.
The Ukrainian Air Force says it has shot down all 29 drones launched from Russia overnight. In a statement, it also says Russia launched 3 guided missiles from the Kursk region, where Ukrainian troops have pressed forward since the incursion which began last week. Our correspondent James Waterhouse is in Ukraine's Sumy region, across the border from Kursk.
The goals are perhaps starting to materialise. We had one minister yesterday talk about wanting to set up a buffer zone, trying to increase the distance effectively between Ukrainian territory and Russian forces. They're certainly achieving that. They're also succeeding in drawing Russian forces. But the longer term questions are difficult to answer. President Zelensky's next steps need to be planned. He's having a lot of very choreographed meetings with his senior officials on what to do next.
BBC News. The president of Columbia University in New York, Minouche Shafik, has resigned 4 months after the university was rocked by protests over the war in Gaza. Ms. Shafiq was criticised for her handling of the protests and occupation of the campus by both pro-Palestinians and pro-Israelis. A court in the US has ruled that a fetus can be referred to as an unborn human being in a government information leaflet to be made available to voters in Arizona. It's among several states due to decide whether to add the right to an abortion to the state constitution during the presidential election in November. Emma Vardy reports.
Abortion rights supporters in Arizona had argued that the phrase unborn human being amounted to biased and politically charged words in the context of abortion. But judges in the state Supreme Court sided with Republican lawmakers over the language which could be used in the pamphlet given to voters to help inform their choices. The proposed amendment to Arizona's constitution would allow abortions until around 24 weeks and would restrict the state from prohibiting access to the procedure.
The South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has proposed an inter-Korean working group to try to relieve heightened tensions with Pyongyang. He was speaking on National Liberation Day, where he laid out his vision for unification of the Koreas. Relations between the two neighbours are at their lowest point in years. The Melbourne Symphony Orchestra in Australia has said it made an error by cancelling the performance of an acclaimed pianist who had dedicated a piece to Palestinian journalists killed in the Gaza conflict. Jason Gillam was due to perform Mozart and Brahms during a concert with the orchestra on Thursday, but he was removed from the event following his comments about Gaza at an earlier concert, which the orchestra managers considered too political. They've now cancelled today's event altogether. BBC News.
My body, when you wake up in the morning and you know the money calling, oh, you go work, but you know it's out in your side. If I believe with us, if I hold my hand and believe, oh, cause you know it's out in your side. And when you dream, no say I live for you. And when you hustle every day, many wanna go. Anything you do, I live for you. Many want. If I believe I live your side, fidelity. If I believe with us, fidelity. If I know I live your side, fidelity.
Enhance your business operations with the HP Color LaserJet 150 NW printer. You can print, copy, and scan up to 19 pages per minute with high-quality mobile scans or customizable shortcuts in the HP Smart app that delivers effortless use from wherever you work so you can focus on growing your business. Take advantage of its Wi-Fi direct printing and intuitive touchscreen, which are both designed to simplify your day. With the HP Color LaserJet 150 NW printer, experience fast and easy setups and improved overall printing efficiency with a 20,000 page duty cycle built to keep you and your business secure and moving forward with embedded security that is pre-configured out of the box to detect and stop attacks. The HP Color LaserJet 150 NW printer is available at all CompuGhana stores. Visit CompuGhana.com or call 0302 752 020 for more information.
I am Ohinere Gifty Auntie. You see, it always feels good when you receive that salary alert. I made a bold decision to invest a lump sum into the Old Mutual Retirement Salary Plan, and this means that I will get these alerts every month throughout retirement for the rest of my life. You too can retire on your own terms, so invest a lump sum in the Old Mutual Retirement Salary Plan today and enjoy guaranteed monthly income for life. Call Old Mutual on 050-453-4333 or visit oldmutual.com.gh to sign up today. Old Mutual, do great things every day.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. The best breakfast show in town.
our nurses, we are losing our doctors. In the past, we used to lose quite young people who probably have just started work and so forth. Now we are losing even specialists. They are leaving. Consultants are leaving. Well-trained nurses that you don't expect to leave are leaving. The issues are clear. Whether we like it or not, the number one driver of brain drain is actually economics. So if we don't do anything about our economic situation in this country, and we don't check how this country is progressing in terms of our depreciation of our cedi, our unemployment status, the kind of things that are happening regarding the economy, we would have to suffer.
The benefits of migration cannot be optimized. However, without reducing the multiple costs that attend it, including the brain drain problem and mass exodus of critical personnel that include doctors and nurses to rich countries.
So never mind how we got here with burners and hoodies. Listen, we don't pay admission and the bouncers don't check us, and we walk around the metal detectors.
And the problem is obvious. It's not new. It's recognized by all, but it seems as if we are helpless to stop it. That's the part that I don't understand.
But can we do anything to stop it?
Well, you see, it seems as if it depends on so many external factors external to those who are affected by the problem, right? Mm-hmm. So those who are trying to run our healthcare system, those of us who need to benefit from the healthcare system, the factors that are affecting the exodus of the experts needed to give us healthcare, those factors seem out of our control, right? Mm-hmm. Because it's all the economics of it, okay? Your currency is weak. Yeah. So a stronger currency somewhere else guarantees him a better standard of living.
Yes, and you know, Dr. Badin had this book about currency stability and its impact on the state. And it's true. See, we are having a conversation about kinky, right? Mm. At the core of it is also proper macroeconomic factors. So you fix your currency, you fix inflation, then people feel that they can plan for their future.
Yeah.
Kojo, it makes no sense to work an entire month and what you are taking home, you can't even save a small part of it. You are preparing for doom. Let's not get it wrong. You reach a point or age that you can no longer work as actively as you are doing today. Then the years that you were working actively, inflation and its other demons basically made every single person you had useless. Everybody thinks about these things. It's not only journalists that have these thinking. Doctors do. Everybody who has a plan for their future. So if they feel the conditions in their states, and you know, those days we used to say a lot of course, there are other factors like training the medical professional, other factors like the conditions of service. For example, people feel that it's unfair to take me to an area where the schools do not match where my kids will make it in the future. If that is the case, essentially you are making me start off on a very poor note. Yeah. That I cannot guarantee my child will be a doctor because of where you have posted me to. That is problematic for the person. All of those other factors are there. But now what appears to be the main driving factor is the economic situation. And that's why we should be in the hurry to get out of the mess. That's why we should be in a hurry to give hope to our people. Sometimes you may not be able to get out within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or even a month or a couple of months. But the signal you send to your people is that there is prosperity ahead or in the future. So they can wait with you, they can plan with you. But if you are being ostentatious, if you are being profligate, if you are making it look like the only way to make it is to join the political class, a certain thinking in the hearts of people is, let me relocate to where my skills will be very well remunerated and will be appreciated. And let's not get it wrong, some of these Western countries are bending over backwards and ingratiating themselves to people in this particular category. We have talked about the standards that used to be, let's say in the UK, for health professionals. All of those things are being smoothed out nicely so that they can attract more of them. And Obimpo Obipe, in this case, they are also losing out on health professionals. They are having difficulties. And it takes a lot to train some of these people. And the skills and the impact is heavy. So losing them affects us. But we should not forget the escalating point here. It used to be junior doctors, nurses and others. Nobody's saying they're not living. No. Junior doctors are still living. Nurses are still living. But now, the people who are adding up to the numbers and making it more dangerous is the grouping called specialists and consultants.
Because when one of those leaves, it's an aggregated effect.
Brilliant. Because that grouping, you have to book an appointment sometimes for weeks to see your specialist. Yes, that's settled, right? And for consultants too, the same. Some of these, and I was told a story about a gentleman. He's supposed to be the gynecologist in charge of about 3 or so districts. Kojo, he packed bag and baggage and left the Republic of Ghana.
Wow.
Which means the districts dealing with here, they currently do not have. We will find time and look for somebody to either burden with the responsibility of adding other districts to his work, or there would actually not be anybody taking care of these districts. Again, there may also be the possibility that we have to train more people quickly to fill in the gap. But do they have the same level of experience? Do they have the same level of competence? Would they do so immediately? So there is something fundamentally to be done, an intervention required, even in the worst of crisis ever. I mean, and people should not reduce it, because we like reducing this to, oh, they are greedy, they want more. But please, who went to school with the hope that they'll become a pauper in life?
You see, that's the thing.
I mean, who? I mean, let's be fair to ourselves. Whose real interest is that they'll become a pauper? So that when others are taking their kids to good schools, because you probably destroy the rest of the schools, then you will be taking your kids to some 2x4 school. Right. Then your kids end up failing. Then they become worse off than you were previously. How do you guarantee a future like that?
Ray, have you realized that in Ghana, we don't allow economics to work? We don't allow the laws of economics to abide. Because if something is scarce, it should be worth more. Right?
Yeah.
What is more scarce than a medical specialist? What is more scarce than that?
That's true.
I mean, there are certain areas of specialty where we don't even have any. Look, my sister is an occupational, what's it called? Her area of specialty is occupational health.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Do you know that there's nowhere in Ghana where you can train to become an occupational health specialist? Nowhere. She had to go to some place in Scandinavia for her training. Meanwhile, all of these industries, as part of the law, they are required to meet occupational health requirements. All of these multinational, the service is needed, but the expertise is not there. This is rarity. This is what in any economic structure, in any economic, in any place that governed by the rules of economics, that is what would attract the highest value. Anamabwa.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is more common than a politician? What is more common? And I mean, you can't take 2 steps in this country without tripping over a politician. But they are the ones who have the highest standard of living. Are you getting my point?
I get you.
So economics doesn't work when it comes to Ghana, at least not in the labor market.
You know the conversation they had some time ago about Finland, right? Where they say, no. I mean, and Dr. Opoku Prempeh has said this before. NPP running mate. The other part of the comment, I don't care. But the most important part he said is that in Finland, what he realized was that teachers, especially at the basic level, were highly remunerated. They were highly trained. Because the belief is that level of skill to start off a child and make sure that they get the fundamentals properly done is important to the state. So they actually give them better remuneration and making sure that the systems are working properly from there. Hopefully, if we identify that, Kojo, you have a critical role to play in society. I mean, it's not just economics. We should be in a position to at least guarantee. And sometimes, you see, I've said this before. I've spoken to doctors who say, "But Raymond, the best of the students and the brains who passed and got the best of the grades are the ones who ended up in the medical schools." And yet, you end up realizing, if you look at some doctors and see, he says some of the doctors retire, and all that they have to do is every time going back and trying to find job to do to survive.
You see,
when their partners, colleagues who were substandard then, now are the ones running everything, mainly because God bless them in different directions.
You see, the essence of competition, which we don't do in this country. So we talked about decentralizing health, education, and all of that. Why is it that? So this district would not advertise a position and say, I need this specialist.
Mm-hmm.
Then the specialist, and these are the conditions, so you know what you need. Because look,
and if you put in the advertisement, you come with, it comes with accommodation, it comes with that, and all of that.
We must begin to attract the best professionals.
Yeah.
We must not expect the Ghana Health Service, and then they post people say, you go here, you go there. Look, let us begin to advertise and say we want this specialist, that specialist in this facility, and these are the conditions of service. Why? The assemblies, they have internally generated funds. It is part of the problem I have when we create a lot of district assemblies, some of which are not economically viable. Because we should create this that are economically viable. And so you need, if a medical doctor, when he's going to other jurisdictions, he's going there because there's an opening in some facility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there should be openings in our facilities, and we must advertise for it. And these facilities must realize that, look, this is how much you are going to be paid if you come here. And these are the other services. How are they going to achieve that? They would also achieve that when we pay them the right amounts when they are on all of these insurance products. Why? In this country, even national health insurance, we don't want to release funds early.
That's true.
And so the facilities do not have funds. Is that how we want to do things? A lot of things are worrying these practitioners.
Hey, there's a story I was told that there's a doctor who was unwell, and in his own facility, he had to pay for the treatment. And if he didn't have the money, he has to rely on his wife's, insurance from the wife's workplace. Kojo, how would anybody find this as prudent?
Well, and that's a conversation we're going to be having this morning on the Super Morning Show.
Absolutely. Don't miss a moment of it. And certainly share your views as well. Okay, use the hashtag JoySMS. We want to know what your thoughts are. Have you ever had an experience where you've needed badly a specialist for yourself, for someone you care about, and you haven't been able to get one or get an appointment with one? Tell us about it. It's all part of the shaping the size of the problem.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, 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 joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show. Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Now, Imperial General Assurance brings you the collision insurance policy. Yes, now they give you insurance beyond the road. Now, the collision insurance from Imperial General gives you protection in the event of a collision with another car or an object. The policy, offers. Yeah. Allow. I said the policy. The policy.
Oh, Bana. The way you are stressing the matter. If I were to be out, I'll be moving on quickly.
I'm trying to move on. There's somebody who is even bringing my stool into the matter. All right, the policy offers repair of your damaged car parts resulting from the collision as well as hospitalization benefits if you are admitted beyond 3 days. Yeah, if you need not be involved in an accident to benefit. All third-party benefits are also included. So whether you're a taxi driver, a trotro driver, or a private car owner, collision insurance is for you. Sign up for the collision insurance motor policy from Imperial. Call them today on 0577 667 436 or just talk to your broker or any other agents across the country for further details. You can also follow them on social media. Terms and conditions apply. Collision insurance beyond the road. Imperial General Assurance, solid protection.
Now, do you have a game-changing, innovative business idea or project that can impact society? This is your moment. Total Energies presents the 4th edition of the Startupper of the Year Challenge. This year, we are looking for 3 winners. The first one is the Best Entrepreneur, also known as the Innovapreneur. The next one is the Best Project or Innovative Business Idea, which exemplifies recycling and minimizing waste. This is a Cycle Up winner. And the next one is Project Promoting or Relating to Sustainable and Affordable Energies. That's the Power Up winner. And that's not all. 4 additional projects in the Power Up category will be selected by an international jury. Don't wait any longer. Apply now at startupper.totalenergies.com for your chance to win financial support, professional mentorship in a spotlight for your project. Terms and conditions apply. Hashtag Total Energies, hashtag StartUpper Challenge.
And in these times of high electricity tariff, Build Freeze solar hybrid air conditioners are your sure bet to cut down on your electricity bills. Build Freeze solar hybrid air conditioners cool your buildings comfortably with very low energy consumption. The amazing part is the air conditioners are built with the latest German technology that gives you 80% savings on energy consumption compared to traditional air conditioners. Build Freeze solar hybrid air conditioners come with a 6-year warranty and free after-sale servicing for a year. Please call for purchase on 0531 100 915, 0531 100 915. Build Freeze, superior cooling with lower energy.
Now, what is luck? For many, luck is that glorious moment when you find money in your trousers, right when you're broke. For others, luck is being picked out of a crowd for a reward. Now, for the guys at The Luckiest, luck is a life-changing event and they believe everyone deserves a shot at it. Luck is coming with prizes so exciting they'll make your head spin. Want to be the luckiest? Dial *712# and get your ticket. The more you buy, the better your chances of winning. And remember, when you hear that catchy jingle, it's your cue to pay attention. It could be your lucky day. Luck is on its way to you and your community. So stay sharp. The Luckiest. Luck is everywhere.
Now you're ready to turn your dreams into reality. Don't just dream it, own it with a loan from Fidelity Bank. Dreaming of a new home? Are you? Own it with Fidelity Bank Home Loan. Dreaming of a brand new car? Own it with Fidelity Auto Loans. Dreaming of getting the latest phone, a TV, refrigerator, furniture, laptop or gaming console? Own it with Fidelity Consumer Access Finance. Now dreaming of expanding your business? Make it a reality with our business loan. And Fidelity Bank is offering flexible loans to businesses, salaried workers, and the self-employed at competitive fixed rates. Dial 0800 003355 or visit any of our branches nationwide today to turn your dreams into a reality with a Fidelity Bank loan. Terms and conditions apply. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
And join us at the Mading ACI Ghana Financial Markets Conference. Raymond, I know you'll be there. Theme:
Yes.
Navigating the Future, Innovation, Ethical Excellence, and Inclusion in Ghana's Financial Markets. Are you the one moderating?
Inclusion is very, very... No, I'm not the one moderating.
Okay, so this landmark...
I believe in transparency.
This landmark event will gather over 500 participants, featuring distinguished speakers from Ghana, Africa, and Europe. The conference will cover crucial topics such as ethics in financial markets, investment opportunities in Ghana, and fintech and financial inclusion. A keynote address will be delivered by the Bank of Ghana with key insights from other top regulators. Venue is the Grand Arena of the Accra International Conference Center. It's on Thursday, the 22nd of August 2024, time 9 a.m. Contact 0243 054891 0244 583725. For more information, visit financialmarketsconference.aci-ghana.com or visit the website and social media handles for ACI Ghana. Sponsors: GCB Bank, Regulus Investment and Financial Services Accra, Consolidated Bank Ghana, Loros Africa, FinCap Securities, Savvy Securities, Conticap, and Obsidian and Symphonia.
All right, are you wondering where to hold your strategy planning meetings, your board sessions, or your staff retreats? There's only one venue. It's Safari Valley Resort. Think of the green, serene environment, accessibility, meeting room capacity, flow and layout of space, room flexibility, quality of equipment, staff, and of course first-class catering services. It's got to be Safari Valley Resort as your number one choice. Call Safari Valley Resort on 0596 914 394. Safari Valley, bringing you closer to nature.
Now, where are you headed this morning? Are you going shopping at the mall or buying fuel for your car? Are you also enjoying your favorite meal at your restaurant or getting home essentials at your favorite shop? Or you're online shopping for the things you need? Wherever you go, whatever you're doing, do it with SG Visa Card. The SG Visa Card is your best option to make payments for goods and services online or anywhere with a point of sale machine. Enjoy a world of amazing opportunities available with the SG Visa Card. Go about your business anywhere in Ghana, with the comfort and security of your money available to you always. Make your life easy and use your SG Ghana Visa card today. To find out more, call 0302-214-314. SG Ghana, the future is you.
And you know, every time we eat food and sugars are trapped between our teeth, leading to tooth decay, gum disease, and in some cases foul breath. Well, brushing your teeth every morning and night with Pepsodent Cavity Fighter gives your teeth the protection they need, leaving you with 10 times stronger teeth. And Pepsodent Cavity Fighter is fortified with pro-fluoride and microcalcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. This prevents cavities, keeps your teeth strong and mouth healthy. Pepsodent Cavity Fighter, maximum cavity protection, 10 times stronger teeth. And Pepsodent has been educating us to brush our teeth day and night for the past 25 years and is recommended by the Ghana Dental Association. You can get Pepsodent at any shop near you. Call their customer care center on toll-free 0800 2030. Always remember to brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at night. Pepsodent, every smile matters.
Now,
Relax. First, let me tell you about KingdomStoreOnline.com, where you can get the best quality office essentials, equipment, and furniture, as well as stationery at the best prices. You can pay via Momo across all networks and expect a very fast delivery to your home or office. Now, if you live in Accra or Tema, you don't even have to pay for that delivery. Isn't that great? Terms and conditions do apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
Could you need to get ready for this? Which bank in Ghana is always at your service?
Busy.
Which bank is ready to assist you with their 24-hour state-of-the-art contact center?
Busy.
And which bank is Ghana's fastest growing corporate bank and bank of the year 2023? Basic. At Omni Basic Bank, we are always at your service. So call us on 0307 086000 or 0302 758555 or 0800, that's the toll-free number, 100790, or visit any of our branches nationwide to open an Omni Basic bank account today and enjoy exceptional customer service. Omni Basic at your service.
Well, you know, Toyota Ghana has expanded its vehicle lineup with 3 new models, introducing the all-new Toyota Vitz, a stylish, highly fuel-efficient A-segment passenger vehicle with a compact design suitable for urban travel. For safety, has a wireless door lock and an ultra-modern anti-theft system and an ISOFIX child-resistant system. The Toyota Urban Cruiser, the C-segment crossover, features a robust design, advanced technology like a 3-spoke urethane steering wheel, 4.2-inch TFT, a touchscreen audio display with a USB, Apple CarPlay or Android audio connectivity, and also the new and luxurious Toyota Land Cruiser 250 Prado boasts cutting-edge features like jam-protected power windows, an audio, telephone, and voice recognition steering switch, a UV-cut sun and moon roof, an ultra-modern immobilizer, unmatched off-road capabilities, and a strong presence, inviting you to embrace adventure and luxury like never before. Now, these 3 new additions to the Toyota range aim to provide the best value for your peace of mind, motoring and uphold Toyota Ghana's commitment to offering the best vehicle purchase and ownership experience. So give them a call now. Obviously, their branches in Accra, Tema, Kumasi, Takoradi, Tamale, Takwa, or call 0302-910-204 for the unique Toyota experience. Toyota, superior quality.
Superior quality indeed. All right, stay with us. Lots coming up, including sports and food for thought with Uncle Ibo White, and of course, your birthdays.
When you want to eat, just Momo it. Tired of the long queues in the supermarket? Pay with Momo. When you really want that beautiful new blouse, just Momo it. When you want to get a trim and get fresh to impress you know who, just Momo it. When you need to pay your utility bills and domestic staff, Shani Momo. When you want to send love to the family back home, send some Momo. Join the millions of MTN Momo users all over Ghana and live life the brighter way. So just Momo it. MTN.
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
And where do you think you're going?
To train in the garden.
With my broom?
Mom, it's a javelin.
Oh, really? And that plate?
That's not a plate, it's a discus, Mom. We are training to become winners.
Well, you know you need lots of energy to become winners. So you both better start your day with Twisco before you go anywhere.
Besides its great chocolatey taste, Twisco is enriched with Enerfort, a blend of energy-boosting vitamins and minerals for little winners.
Thanks, Mom.
Got to keep my little winners in shape. Twisco, power your dreams.
This advert is FDA approved.
Parents are future leaders. Mark your calendars. Academic City University College invites you to a special Parents' Night on August 22nd at 6 p.m. Explore our state-of-the-art campus and discover how we're shaping tomorrow's innovators. For more information, call 0593-999-410 and visit us at www.acity.edu.gh. Academic City, redefining university education.
Alrighty then. So birthday messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by
MTN. Everywhere you go.
And Bank of Africa. The African Bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group,
as close as a partner.
And of course, we'll bring you the birthday messages shortly.
Okay, which means we can zoom straight into the Joy Sports Center, which is brought to you by
MTN.
Everywhere you go. Standard Chartered Bank,
here for good.
Twisco Food Drink. Twisco,
power your dream.
And if it's football you want, DSTV has all the leagues. This season promises to be exciting. DSTV, your home
of entertainment.
So folks, imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. I mean, picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. Because with Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right. We're not just offering loans, we're offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a call on 0501 535789 or 0501535790 and then 0244674154. And let's start a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dream shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered,
here for good. Now there's an exciting new chocolate beverage out there on the market from the producers of Cowbell. Permit me to introduce you to Twisco, a chocolate food drink with a blend of premium cocoa powder. This is enriched with Enerfort. It's a combination of energy boosting minerals and vitamins, including B, C, D, iron, and many more. Twisco is available in 20 grams and can be found at your nearest neighborhood store in a delightful red sachet for only 1 Ghana, 80 pesos. To enjoy all the goodness packed in a sachet, empty content into a mug, mixed with 180 milliliters of previously boiled water, milk, and stir. Start your day with a cup of great tasting Twisco and power your dreams. This advert is FDA approved.
Now, what can you remember from 15 years ago? You probably just bought your first mobile phone or, sent a text message via the internet for the very first time and just discovered the ease of moving money around conveniently. Well, think back to all of those moments. Momo has been there for you. Guess what? Momo is 15 years old. From the first time you sent money to a loved one to paying your bills effortlessly or enjoying the peace of mind that comes with secure, safe, and reliable transactions, it's been an amazing journey so far. Now get ready for some mouth-watering offers as MTN celebrates Momo at 15. Look out for their market storms and floats near you and win some mind-blowing prizes. Thank you, Ghana, for doing this with MTN. Download My Momo on the App Store or Google Play Store and just Momo it everywhere you go. Achu.
And we're taking you everywhere in the world where there is a relevant event in sports happening. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center with me, Victor Achutamaklu. Coming up today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the UEFA Super Cup 2020.
It's their silverware again. UEFA Champions League winners and now Real Madrid UEFA Super Cup winners 2024.
Kylian Mbappe scores on his Real Madrid debut to help the Blancos beat Atalanta and win the UEFA Super Cup. Also in this bulletin.
Your colleagues have done it just a few months ago. It's your turn to go the extra mile to put Ghana back on the map of where we belong.
That was GFA President Kete Kweku speaking as Samatex and playing for Cameroon, where they will be in the CAF Champions League. But let's start from Cote d'Ivoire, where Azakes ladies are on the verge of elimination from the WAFU B qualifiers for the CAF Women's Champions League. The Ghanaian champions lost by 3-0 to Nigeria's Edo Queens in their second Group B game last night and are now third in the group with just 1 point. Azakes ladies assistant coach Emmanuel Mensah is optimistic they can still advance to the semi-final.
Yeah, sure. We still stay in the game. We have one last game to play. When we win, we get 4 points. So we shouldn't keep our head down. We still fight till the end. This is a competition. 3 matches. We need to honor all of them and compete with the same level of energy. And so we're not dropping our heads down. Our last game, we're going all out for a win.
They will take on Mauritania's AS Guard National on Saturday in their final group game. Joy Sports' Lawrence Beidou is with the team in La Côte d'Ivoire and provides more insights on what Azakes ladies need to do to qualify.
Mathematically, they are still in the competition. They have AS Guard National to play. At the moment, they sit third in Group B with just 1 point and then -3 goals, which is very telling of, the kind of performance that they've put out here in Bouaké. But then what they would need to go on their side is that they would need to score heavily against AS Guard National. They would need Nigeria's Edo Queens to also do the job on that side. Not just doing the job, but then doing that convincingly as they've done against probably Azakes ladies, you want to put it, or as they did against AS Guard National. So any of these two favors, gets Edo Queens scoring Omni Sports, it's itself very a high scoring game where they will end up on the winning side. A 3-0, 4-0, 5-0 would be bad. But let's not take away the fact that Azakes will also have to do their work, probably score as high as 3 or 4 goals, 5 goals in that game against AS Guard National. We've seen Guard National concede 11 goals in the 2 games that they played. So if Azakes would want to, toe that line as well, they will need to go all attacking in that game, ensure that they get their shots in goal. That is what they have to do. Otherwise, I'm sorry, but they will have to pack their things and come back to Ghana.
That's the enormity of the task facing Azakes ladies. More on continental football, and the Ghana Football Association President Kete Kweku believes Samatex have the quality to deliver a strong performance in the CAF Champions League and elevate Ghana's reputation. The Premier League champions are set to face Cameroon's Victoria United this Saturday in the first leg of the preliminary round of the competition. Kete Kweku was at the team's training ground in Accra before they departed for Cameroon last night.
When you go there, they will say the champions of Ghana. They will never say the champions of Samatex. Never. In fact, Sama Boy will not even come in. They will say Ghana. So you are ambassadors of our dear country. And you go there as proud champions. Your colleagues have done it just a few months ago. It's your turn to go the extra mile to put Ghana back on the map of where we belong. I have no doubt that there's quality in this squad. I'm not in doubt. Neither is anybody in this country because you are champions. And you truly, truly won the Premier League on merit.
Now, Independent presidential candidate Alan Chamantin believes Ghana's current approach to sports development is flawed. The Movement for Change leader argues that relying solely on government funding is insufficient for advancing sports in the country.
Government has the wrong approach, has the wrong business model with sports. If government thinks that they can use government budget to develop sports, it ain't gonna happen. That is why if you read through the sports section, it's all about government empowering the private sector to establish sports academies and sports infrastructure and facilities of the highest standard. If a private person is investing, he'll make sure that he does it very well and he will maintain them. And he knows that you're also going to benefit from them. If you don't have world-class infrastructure.
Transfers next, and Ghanaian defender Patrick Pfeiffer has signed for Swiss Super League club Young Boys on a season-long loan from Augsburg in Germany. The loan does not include an option to make the move permanent, and he has a new home in Switzerland. Let's talk about European football, because
How about that? What an introduction for Kylian Mbappe. Midway point to the second half. And Kylian Mbappe up and running now for Real Madrid. Atalanta buckling.
Last night, Kylian Mbappe scored on his Real Madrid debut to help them beat Atalanta by 2-0 and win the UEFA Super Cup trophy in Warsaw. Fede Valverde put the Champions League winners ahead after 59 minutes before Mbappe fired in the second 9 minutes later.
It's a magical night. Always dreaming about this type of nights, and now it's a reality. Play for this club, the best club in the world, is something crazy. I'm really happy to make my debut today. Of course, we won a trophy. It's really important to win a trophy here because everybody won here. So it's a big pleasure for me also to score a goal as a striker. To be there and to score for my team is always a pleasure, and I hope to stay like this and to improve to help the team more.
Was Kylian Mbappe speaking after scoring for Real Madrid, who have now won a record 6th European Super Cup to move ahead of Barcelona and AC Milan, who have each won the annual match between the Champions League and the Europa League winners on 5 occasions. Elsewhere, Ghana's Ibrahim Sulemana was an unused substitute for Atlanta in that match. Real Madrid are now the outright record winners of the Super Cup, as I have stated. Now, in Turkey, Fenerbahce coach Jose Mourinho believes his team has a better chance of winning the Europa League after the elimination from the Champions League third round of qualifying. Mourinho felt bad officiating led to their 3-2 aggregate loss to Lille on Tuesday and says he couldn't talk about it, else he could be in trouble.
So we lost that, but we go to Europa League. And in Europa League, if I don't want to say the rest, I prefer to stay on the ifs. But if we can do a great Europa League. If. But we can do a great Europa League with the if. I cannot speak more than the if. If not, I am in trouble. But I'm very proud of the players. Now we focus on the Super League, and we will wait for the draw of Europa League, where I want the team to play with the same enthusiasm and with more quality.
Speaking of Jose Mourinho, one of his former clubs is Manchester United, whose captain Bruno Fernandes has signed a new contract extension to 2027 with the option of a further year. He scored 79 goals and contributed 67 assists in 234 appearances since joining Manchester United. In boxing, Imani Khalif has filed a lawsuit over alleged cyberbullying during the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, which reportedly names author J.K. Rowling and ex-owner Elon Musk. The Algerian boxer won gold in Paris despite being disqualified from last year's World Championships by the International Boxing Association after she was reported to have failed gender eligibility test. Her lawyer Nabil Boudi told Musk has said that Elon Musk and Rowling will be named in the lawsuit following comments they made on social media. That's how we end the Joy Sports Center this morning.
Thank you very much, Victor Chutamaklo. Now time for Food for Thought, and that is brought to us, beg your pardon, by Roverman Productions. Be the difference. Uncle, good morning.
Hey, my favorite, what you say?
Oh, Uncle, I
missed you on Monday.
Yes, Monday, because of one or two things, I couldn't make it. But it's good to be here, and I like your shirt.
Okay. On your birthday, you can come and borrow it.
That will be in 3 months, so no problem at all.
All right.
Okay.
The only problem is that it will be like a singlet on you.
Asemo.
Oh, you know that I told Kojo the title of my next play, and he was amused.
What's the title?
I want to feed you.
I want to feed you.
Yeah.
Uncle, whom do you want to feed?
Who does that guy wants to feed?
Sigmund Freud in his in his article Creative Writers and Daydreaming says that a lot of creative writers, they create characters who sometimes achieve the things they wanted to achieve in life but could not do. And so they create this character, he's doing everything. So for him, a lot of these creative writers are just, writing about things they would have wanted in life.
But you also know that his views on especially sex is very disturbing.
Of course, you can trust
Okay.
Freudian on that. Yeah.
So do you still want to quote him?
Oh
So
no,
we can
this
go
one.
that line.
No, this one was just for purposes of analysis.
Because this one served your suited you.
Yes, you see who.
Okay. Just let's stay away from him for this morning. It may make a few people lose appetite.
I tell you.
I would say I think we can all agree that Ghana's performance at the Paris Games was, as usual, abysmal and forgettable. We presented 8 athletes who were accompanied by 12 officials, and they came home with 0 medals. Although our team did not do well, I do not think that there is any Ghanaian who is surprised by their poor performance. If you check the records, you will find that Ghana has participated in the Summer Olympic Games 16 times since 1952, when we competed as the Gold Coast. The highest number of athletes we have ever presented at the Summer Olympics is 42, and that was at the 1964 Tokyo Games. And over all the years that we have participated, Winston, we have won a total of 5 medals.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. 1 silver in boxing for Clement Corti in the 1960 Games in Rome. 3 bronze in boxing for Eddie Blay in 1964, Prince Amate in 1972, and that was in Munich, and Samuel Techi in 2020, and again in Tokyo. I think Tokyo is a very lucky place for us. At least when we get there, we'll bring one bronze. Our 4th bronze was in football at the 1992 Games in Barcelona.
Yeah.
The saddest thing about this is that there is no real postmortem after every disappointing participation in an international competition. A few people make noise in the media for a week or so, and then it is all forgotten. We will not do anything to avoid future disappointments, and so the cycle continues. And because it does not really matter to us that we fail at every global competition, we do not find solutions to the issues that cause our shame. Now, please note that we don't do well at these games, not because we do not have the requisite talents and skills to compete. On the contrary, we have an abundance of talents and skills in Ghana, but we don't care enough about those talents, the talents that we have, to develop them and to harness them for national glory. The truth of the matter is that we waste talents and skills in Ghana, and we don't take our affairs seriously in anything. It is interesting that the Ghanaians and those of Ghanaian descent who refuse to run or play for Ghana do much better and go much further than their peers who opt to represent Ghana. At these Olympic Games, we could raise only 8 athletes to hoist the flag of Ghana. And yet, we had Ghanaians and athletes of Ghanaian descent running and playing for other countries. And you could see the difference between them and their cousins who decided to represent Ghana. Now, take, for instance, the case of Jeremiah Azu, who was born in the Netherlands, a Ghanaian, somebody of a Ghanaian descent, born in the Netherlands and raised in Wales. In 2024, he became the first Welshman to run the 100 meters in under 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And at the Games in Paris, he won a bronze medal in the 4x100 meters relay. Then there's the case of Owen Ansah, who also represents Germany as a sprinter, and is the first German to run the 100 meters in under 10 seconds. And then there's the interesting case of Blessing Akwesi Efrifa, who runs for Israel in the springs. He was the 200 meters champion at both the 2022 World Athletics Under 20 Championships and at the 2023 European Athletics Under 23 Championships. These are only a few of the athletes who could have competed for Ghana but opted for their adopted countries. And why not? Most of them would have had their talents wasted if they had opted for Ghana, because we do waste talents in Ghana and mismanage our sports in Ghana. There's an interesting case, or a case I find interesting. In the case of Kevin Prince Boateng and his brother Jeremy Boateng. Kevin played for Germany at the junior level, but opted for Ghana at the senior level. Jeremy chose to stay with the German national team, and the difference is clear. At the end of their careers, who do you think will have a greater sense of fulfillment at the international level? Would it be Kevin in playing for Ghana or Jeremy in playing for Germany?
Of course, Jeremy was the one who would be excited.
Now, Winston, there's another interesting development in the case of Inaki Williams and his kid brother, Nico Williams. Inaki opted for Ghana and Nico for Spain. Nico already has won the UEFA Euro 2024 Cup and was named the man of the match in the final match.
Yeah.
And he's only 22. What will Inaki, Nico's big brother, have to boast of at the end of his international career? Years ago, an Accra House of Folk and Black Stars legend's son playing for a club in Europe attracted the attention of Ghana. Ghana wanted the boy, and his adopted country also needed him badly and was willing to do anything to get him to play for their country. His father, the House of Folk legend and the Black Stars legend, in fact, I think his father even captained the Black Stars at one point, was prevailed upon by the Ghanaian authority to convince his son to come and play for Ghana. The boy, in obedience to his father, heeded the call to come and play for Ghana. And he did well in his match for Ghana. But after that, Ghana did not invite him again. Meanwhile, because he had played for Ghana once at the senior level, his chance of playing for the European nation was gone. The point I'm making this morning is that we have not had a golden age of sports in Ghana on the global stage. The talents are bound, but we have not put in place arrangements to not only unearth those talents, but to develop them and give our youth the opportunity to shine. And in failing to do that, we have been failing our youth since 1952. You know, because we focus so much on partisan politics, we are losing a lot in Ghana. There's a reason nations invest so much in sports and create an environment for their youth to excel with their talents. Look at the exposure Tibogo has brought Botswana with its exploits in the 200 meters final in Paris.
Yeah.
In Ghana, we have no interest in developing anyone. We'll rather wait to hear of a young person with a Ghanaian sounding name doing excellently in a foreign land. And then we'll try to convince him or her to come and represent Ghana. And when they hear the call, what do? We waste their talents. So for those who are responsible, I have just one question for you. What are you doing today to ensure that at the next Olympics, we will get to celebrate a few medals? You know, sports is not a luxury for a nation. Sports is part of the soft power of any nation. And the sooner we took sports seriously in Ghana, the better for all of us. And Abajise, that is my presentation for this morning.
Thank you very, very much, Uncle White. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Did you play? Were you involved in sports?
Well, we tried football, but we're not the best of players.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll take it like that. Thank you very, very much, Uncle White, for joining us with Food for Thought. Now time for the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and build-free solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and build-free solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy. Economist Dr. Ishmael Yamson has indicated that the IMF cannot be excused over the current state of Ghana's economy. The government was last year forced to sign up for the fund program after it was declared as a debt-distressed country. The Institute of Fiscal Studies has attributed the depreciation of the cedi to an unstable economic environment. Government statistician Professor Samuel Kopnenim is making a strong case for a well-coordinated approach in handling challenges affecting government's Planting for Food and Jobs initiative. Elsewhere, Japan's economy expanded by a much faster than expected annualized 3.1% in the second quarter. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and build-free solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy.
All right, so welcome back. And receiving money from family and friends abroad should never be complicated, because CBG Money Transfer Services provides a reliable, fast, and convenient way to receive funds from abroad. Visit any of CBG's 114 branches nationwide to receive your Western Union, MoneyGram, Ria, UnityLink, Transfers, PayAngel, and EzRemit money transfers. Our dedicated money transfer centers are at Nima, Kaswa Main, Medina Market, Apenkwa, and Spintest, that's Basket branches, have extended service hours, closing to the public at 5 p.m. on weekdays and 2 p.m. on Saturdays. To ensure a smooth experience, simply present a valid Ghana card and money transfer reference number. For further inquiries, contact us on 0302-216-000. Email us at talktous@cbg.com.gh. or visit any of our social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you. And let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Social media messages brought to us by Malatu from Ernest Chemist. Malatu, power over malaria. And of course, EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa. But every day people face different emergencies: police emergency, fire emergency, medical emergency, you name them. But many Ghanaians don't know the emergency numbers. Well, here's one you would always want to remember: *770#. Yes, *770# is the new EcoBank Money emergency number, and it gives you instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility bill payment, airtime and data purchases, and so much more. You don't need the internet for this. Just dial *770#. No need to panic in any money emergency situation, because EcoBank will always come to your rescue. Dial *770# now for solutions to your money emergencies. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Okay, stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages.
Oh, yeah. EcoBank Mobile, they make me say, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. EcoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh, yeah. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. You can pay school fees, even church tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple.
Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. It's 5-star life with EcoBank. Can promise.
When shopping for a dress, you say,
of course, the low burst line. A little tight by the hips. Covered sleeves. Off shoulder. Definitely.
But when buying anti-malarial drug, you say,
is it not malaria? Give me whatever is available.
Choose your malaria drugs the same way you choose your dress. Always ask for Coartem. It's also available in cherry-flavored dispersible tablets for children. Don't gamble with malaria. Choose right. Choose Coartem. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor. Malaria testing should be done before treatment. This advert is FDA approved.
All right, so welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And big stories brought to us by Telecel, connecting Energy's latest foam, your partner for life, and Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa. And today, our focus is on health. And why? Because look, not long ago, the Director General of the Ghana Health Service indicated that 88% of specialists are actually in two regions, Accra and Kumasi. So Greater Accra and the Ashanti regions. Now, there are 5 regions in this country that have no specialists. Just think about that for a minute. 5. So imagine in a country where regions comprising districts have no specialists. And yet, today, the very few specialists that we have are leaving the country. This morning I shared with you the the Human Development Report that indicated that between 50%, about 50% of our doctors leave this country in search of greener pastures. The question is, how do we reverse this? What must be done? What are we not doing right? Don't we know where the problems are? Don't we know it's all an economic situation? That people have complained about conditions of services? How do we improve that? It's a conversation we're having here on the Super Morning Show, but if you're ready to be the next millionaire in town, then the Telecel More Money promo is getting exciting. Join the lucky winners to win 30,000 Ghana cedis in the weekly draws, no matter where you are in the country. So what are you waiting for? 1 million Ghana cedis grand prize is up for grabs, and it could be you. Simply reload your mobile using your Telecel cash wallet and be part of the daily and weekly draws where you could win up to 30,000 Ghana cedis every week. Now you can purchase data or airtime using your Telecel cash wallet and double your chances. Making payments onto your fixed broadband also gives you a chance to be the next millionaire. The more you reload, the better your chances of winning. In the Telecel More Money promo, to opt in for free, dial star 500 hash or send win to 500 or visit the Telecel Play app. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Telecel, connecting energies.
Now, do you want a British degree at a fraction of the cost? Do you want a vibrant student experience in a community that equips you with useful employability skills, taking you one step closer to the career of your dreams? Enjoy all these and more, plus up to 50% scholarship for your degree at Lancaster University, Ghana. Be taught by the finest faculty, trained to UK standards at our campus. For more information, visit lancaster.edu.gh. You can also contact us via email at admissions@lancaster.edu.gh or call us on +233 020 960 7008. Lancaster University, for the avoidance of doubt and for clarity's sake, is the only, and I underline bolding and stress, only British university campus in the entirety of the West African sub-regional end. For the avoidance of doubt. Entire place. Why? Do you have any doubt?
He has no doubts.
Yeah. He's looking at me like...
No, he has no doubts.
Why? Have you gotten British university education? Yes, Western has, so he can endorse this point. I'm talking about people who have gotten British university education.
Look at how
they know that.
Look at how the man, nicely takes himself out and makes reference to me. You just returned. But picture this: you're lying in bed after a long day seeking comfort and relaxation, but instead you're much with a mattress that sags beneath you, a reminder of shortcuts and compromises. Your comfort and well-being should have never been compromised, and that's why we at Latest Foam prioritize quality above all else. Step into our showrooms and experience the difference for yourself. Our high-quality mattresses and furniture are crafted with your ultimate relaxation in mind. Picture yourself waking up refreshed, rejuvenated, and ready to take on the day. As the Latest Foam promise, invest in your well-being. Choose Latest Foam. Otherwise, Charlie, you do yourself. Latest Foam is your partner for life. Visit us today and sleep better tonight. Call us on 0302-2311-55262 or 0322-008499 or visit us online, latestfoamghana.com. So, Raymond, not long ago, Dr. Patrick Kumabwaji indicated that 88% of specialists in this country are in 2 regions, Greater Accra and Ashanti region. There are 5 regions in this country without specialists.
Can you think about it? It's so unfair.
88%.
We can't. That means that we cut off more than half of our population, right? To say that 5 of our regions do not have any specialists at all, it means that if I do not have money and I cannot travel to the regions with a specialist, I have to suffer difficulties with healthcare because of me not contributing anyway. First and foremost, because I'm poor. 2, because the people are supposed to ensure that at least there's an even standard of healthcare provision. And we're not saying I provide everything at that even standard. Healthcare, education, but more importantly, healthcare. Because, Weston, how many people can on their own solve their health problems?
No.
You can decide to remain ignorant. I mean, you don't want education. I mean, if people are fine, there's evidence suggests that some people without education can still make it in life. But how can you survive when you are ridden by disease? That's why it is absolutely important that a state at least solves the problem of healthcare, so that be it you in Enyano Kokodo, or you are in Asamankese, or you are somewhere in your hometown,
Mpoho. Yes.
Wasampoho.
Yes, Wasampoho.
Yeah. You do not necessarily have to raise money, raise transportation, because sometimes some of the conditions are race against time. You are in a small facility. Let's say there's a cheap compound near you. You've been able to, then your situation aggravates. They have to transfer you to a bigger facility so that it can be dealt with properly, which will mean that you may need consultancy with somebody who is more experienced than the basic healthcare provider you are dealing with, a system that can actually save your life. We should reduce the chances of people dying when it is not their time to die. That's all. That's the quality of life conversation we have. In fact, the Human Development Index, that's how we are judged. The state is evolving. It is not the number of skyscrapers you have, for Christ's sake. So we should, and sometimes, you hear that people say, oh yeah, there are many big buildings in the country, so we are prospering. No. If you're able to provide that, if I stay in Mankasim, I can still access the very best of healthcare. I do not have to be rich, be transported all over the place. And our evidence is that when people have had emergencies, they have not had the opportunity of being transported where they are. Even the richest of our people.
Look, Raymond.
So we cannot joke with healthcare.
And that's the other point. Even you
can't provide education, deal with healthcare.
You talk about emergencies.
Yeah.
And today, in the past, we actually would have said that the best of specialists were in our public facilities.
Yeah.
Today, a lot of them are in private facilities. Yeah. And this is the problem. There are some of the best public facilities here that you go to that you actually would have the specialist saying, "Oh, he comes on Monday. Wait."
Yeah.
Oh, he comes on Monday. He comes on Monday, so you wait.
Yes. There's Mondays and Thursday.
Yeah, so you wait.
No. If you want him, probably you have to follow up with the private facility. But he's only here on Monday. And Monday you go, my brother. There's a long queue, 120 or so people. If you look at the queue, and say, oh, Jesus Christ. You join the queue for morning. And I know people who rush to hospitals, let's say from Amasaman. He's going to Kolebu. He'll rush the place around 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. He will go and sit there and wait. By midday, he has not seen the special.
I met a man.
How?
Raymond, I met a man.
And sometimes you join any queue now. They can defer your queue date. Yeah, you have gone the whole day.
They defer you to the next.
You spend the whole day there. Still cannot see the man.
Look, I met a man from Nsawam. Who's a retiree, one of the first persons to have had an open heart surgery in 2002.
Okay.
And he left Nsawam and he came to the National Cardiothoracic Center.
Yeah.
He was seated patiently. And when I was having a conversation with him, he said something. He said, "Oh, Winston. Oh, this is you, Winston. Oh, okay. Some of us were old and we are very close. But you are young. Take very good care of yourself."
He said you're young.
Nobody has ever called Winston young before.
Yeah, the man must be certainly very old.
Nobody alive.
Yes. He's about 80 years.
That's a teenager compared to
Winston. It must be a very humbling experience there.
It was. But you know what, guys?
Listen. Can I just say this before we take a break? It's very quick. Okay. So, I mean, we've all seen, we talked about what's happening in Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Where they've signed this new policy to try and rather attract those who have left to come back. Okay. Especially the specialists, the ones who are much needed. They are offering them great packages so that whatever they've learned abroad, they will come and use it in Nigeria. In Ghana, we are doing the opposite.
It appears so.
My attention has just been drawn to what's happening in the Public Accounts Committee, right? Ridge Hospital was having their accounts discussed. And it turns out there's a member of staff who, after completing her studies at College of Physicians and Surgeons, was supposed to serve a 2-year bond at Ridge. Now, the very month she began, she asked for a transfer to UGMC, okay? But in the same month, she also got an offer to go and study geriatric medicine. That's care for the elderly, right? To go and study that abroad. Now, she accepted to go and study geriatric medicine, but what that meant was that she was unable to immediately serve her bond. So, Ridge Hospital calculated how much she owes because she's not served her bond. She's supposed to work for 2 years. So, they calculated it for her. It was about $300,000. And they asked her, cedis, and they asked her to pay. She said, okay, I will pay you $1,500 a month. They said, oh, that's not enough. Pay more. So while this negotiation was going on, their accounts were now being discussed at PAC. And this team of MPs and policymakers, some of whom are geriatric themselves, do you know what they recommended? That the girl should be referred to IOCO. The doctor should be referred to IOCO for them to collect the money. They don't even understand that this is an asset. This is someone who is training in a specialty that we don't have.
She's not run away.
She's just gone to study and come back.
There are people who go to study never come back.
They say the girl should, the doctor should, I keep referring to her as a girl. Forgive me. She's a young doctor. She should be referred to IOCO.
Okay. On that note,
can you imagine?
On that note, we'll be right back.
Yes.
The conversation starts after these.
Kind of way, tell you so the more money promo now.
Everybody likes money, but what do we like more than money? More money! Join the Telecel More Money promo and win money, more money, and even more money. Simply opt in for free and reload your mobile and broadband and be the lucky winner of the 1 million Ghana cedis grand prize. Also win cash prizes of up to 3 million Ghana cedis in the daily and weekly draws. Opt in for free by dialing *500# or send WIN to 500, or you can opt in on the Telecel Play app. The more you reload, the higher chances of winning in the Telecel More Money promo. Keep loading, win, and be a millionaire.
Telecel. Connecting energies.
Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Are you hoping to start university this October? If you want a British degree from a world-class university at a fraction of the cost, then join Lancaster University Ghana in Accra. With a diverse student community, vibrant campus life, and up to 50% scholarship to support your study, Lancaster University Ghana provides you with a world-class education that creates endless possibilities globally. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Apply to join Lancaster University Ghana, where learners become leaders. Admissions are currently open for our 2024 intakes. Apply now for our foundation and undergraduate programs. For more information, contact us at +233 030 221 8989 or send an email to admissions@lancaster.edu.gh. Lancaster University Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa.
Calling all shoppers. This month at Oka Decor, we have an offer that you simply cannot resist. That's right, enjoy an irresistible 20% off a huge variety of stylish and modern furniture. But wait, there's more. Stay tuned every week for more irresistible and exclusive deals and save big. Visit Oka Decor on Spintex Road to enjoy our irresistible offers.
A bank that supports you. A bank that cares for you. Hand in hand, we stand with you. So lift your head up, big dreams are waiting. We'll walk with you wherever you go. Where all your dreams come alive. CBG will make you smile. Will rise with you. Your business will flourish. Your name will stand
Join us on this exciting journey as the next chapter begins. On Sunday, 18th August 2024, under the distinguished patronage of the chairman of the New Patriotic Party, the flag bearer and presidential candidate, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and his running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, the NDC unveils the bold solutions to today's challenges. Tune in to your favorite TV channel and radio station and join us as we show the path to a brighter tomorrow. All roads lead to Secondary Takoradi on Sunday, August 18th at 1 p.m.
Straight up, right, you know. Ladies!
has to do with specialists in the medical field. Dr. Richard Selome of the Ghana Medical Association, Dr. Anthony Nsia-Asare, Presidential Advisor on Health, and Kwame Sapon Asiedu of the CDD will be joining us for that. Stay with us. But first, at Equity Health Insurance, the well-being of their members takes precedence. They recognize the unique healthcare needs of individuals and families, which is why they are delighted to present their Ebusua Health Plan. This health plan is crafted to promote the enduring health and happiness of you and your loved ones. Their plans are meticulously tailored to offer comprehensive and competitive health insurance coverage for individuals, families, and smaller groups. Access to quality care is just a phone call away, offering continual assurance of your family's wealth care. Call 0546 645 465. Hashtag here for you.
Speaking that old car, a home makeover, a relaxing beach getaway, use your ABSA card 10 times or more in a month, and you could be a lucky winner in the ABSA Change Your Story promotion. And extra entries by using our digital channels 5 times or more. From now till the end of October, 5 lucky winners will take away 40,000 Ghana cedis each every month to change their stories. For more information, visit an ABSA branch today. This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Your story matters, ABSA. Terms and conditions apply. Now, Adanse Travels is thrilled to present an exclusive group travel package to the breathtaking city of Cape Town, South Africa. This is from the 22nd to the 29th of August, and for just $1,700 US, which listeners are agreed to pay mostly for me, experience the beauty of Cape Town. Yes, Cape Town, like never before. Your journey will begin with a return flight from Accra, landing you in the heart of one of the world's most stunning cities. For 6 nights, indulge in luxury hotel accommodation, waking up each morning to breathtaking views of the city, wander through the lush and scenic wine lands, tasting some of the finest wines South Africa has to offer. The things I will do for my country. Experience the panoramic views atop the iconic Table Mountain, and not forgetting the guided tour of the historic Robben Island and many more exciting attractions. Time no day, oh. YOLO, you only live once, so don't let this opportunity slip away. Secure your spot now and enjoy an unforgettable adventure with your friends and family. Call Adanse Travels on 0531 008550 or 0595 500817 to book your seat. For more information, visit adansetravels.com. Adanse at 11. What's your vibe? Mine is Cape Town, and yeah.
All right. Well, listen, let's get to it. And our guests are already joining us. We will be speaking to Dr. Richard Selome, General Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association. But I want us to start with Dr. Anthony Nsia-Asare, who's Presidential Advisor on Health, because he does have another engagement coming up soon. So let's take advantage and hear from him before he has to leave us. Dr. Nsia-Asare, good morning and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right. Now, Doc, the problem is well known. We've understood it for quite some time, and the numbers keep increasing. We're learning from recent reports that 50% of the medical professionals that we're training in Ghana end up leaving. That's big. Half of them. What is the plan to stop this?
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning to your cherished listeners. Yes, brain drain is something which works every
right. Doc, I think the line is not very clear. It might be your positioning. Is it possible to reposition yourself and let's see if that improves? It sounds better, Doc. Let's see if we can. Let's see how
I'm
we
at
get.
TV now, and network here is terrible.
I can imagine. It does sound better for the moment. So please go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So good morning to your cherished listeners, and good morning to the panelists. Brain drain has been there of us, and it's for every developing country. Ghana is not an exception. We are in an economic situation, or we are in a world where there's a lot of competition. And you realize that people normally move to where first they can get better or conditions of service or better economic situation, better themselves. And if you zoom into doctors, there are two things why doctors either migrate or stay. One is maybe for economic reasons, but one of the most important things for young doctors especially is for career development. So all what you have to do as a country, which we have done before, is to tackle these two and then mitigate the effect of brain drain. If you remember, somewhere in the late 90s, no, even far from early in the 70s. In the 70s, Saudi Arabia needed a lot of doctors, professors to set up their medical schools. So for the first time, a lot of very well-trained lecturers and teachers and professors of the medical school in the country left for Saudi Arabia. Later, most of them came back. And secondly, during the late 90s, early 2000s, a lot of young doctors left. Even the early 80s, a lot of young doctors, including our class, also left for Nigeria, because Nigeria economy was booming, even though that was not, there was no opportunity to do very structured postgraduate system there. Because there was only the West Africa College of Surgeons, West Africa College of Physicians, which was in the West Africa sub-region. Nigeria had a national college, which people were not going, they were not going to Nigeria, or people were not leaving for Nigeria before because of postgraduate training, but because they want to better their system. And most of them came back, and some left to the U.S. to also continue career development. Then late 90s, a lot of young doctors were also leaving because it took a very long time to be able to finish a postgraduate system in the West Africa College of Surgeons, West Africa College of Physicians. Because it was not well structured. The people were doing it for about 10 years when your colleagues or your mate in the US or the UK, about 5 years after graduation, can become a specialist in one of the disciplines. So what happened was that there were some mitigating factors which were put in place. First, there was the additional duty hours allowance to improve the salaries of health professionals, including doctors. And later on, in the early, I think around 2006, 2007, the management of the additional duty hours was become a very big cumbersome because the productivity was not matching the allowances which were being paid as additional duty hours. So the government decided to take health professionals out of the Ghana Universal Salary Structure, what we call GUS, and then consolidate allowances and salaries as a composite salary structure for health professionals. There was health service salary structure, HSS. There was HSS 1 for doctors and also the management staff of the Ministry of Health. And there was HSS 2 for the other health professionals, including nurses and pharmacists and the rest, which better the conditions of most of doctors and other health professionals in the country. So the salaries were out of the general universal salary structure. And we also then put in place the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, which was established about 20 years ago, which was a structured training program for doctors where you finish your house job, you can enter the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. These two factors mitigated and they reduced the number of people who were migrating. And that's why I say that if you want to tackle this issue, the most important thing is to make sure that you prevent the push factors and then improve the pull factors into the country. And that's exactly the then government from the late 90s to the 2000s and 2008, 2009 did. And then we then went into at that time, I quite remember, Nigerians were also coming here to do their medical education. And I can tell you that most of the Nigerians who studied here remained here because the salary then was better compared to what they were receiving in their country. So nobody moves to a place where there's a lower salary or there's no postgraduate opportunities. And some of them also did the Ghana College and they are now specialists. working still in this country. And then the SSS came. And remember, there was a hula baloo about all of that in 2009 when the police were paid first. So the health professionals, including doctors, opted to join the single spine salary structure. And the single spine salary structure is from step 1 to step 25. So everybody is supposed to be in the spine. And then it became very difficult how to treat the extra additional duty allowance which has been consolidated in the health service salary structure into the single spine. And I think it was given as a factor of whatever basic salary that a person receives. That reduced people's pension contribution considerably. And then after some time, it was supposed to be a percentage. At first, I think some of them was about 2.5 times what the salary. And later on, it was grandfathered, and now it has lost its value. And then secondly, the foreign exchange also was also a factor at that time. Remember that around that time, before the Ghana cedis to US dollars was about 1.4 or 1 to 1. So if you convert that time, the salaries into dollars, it was very reasonable. And that's why most of the Nigerians and most of other foreigners and Ghanaians were staying, and they were doing their postgraduate training also quickly. So if you get the two factors right, then at least some people will then be enticed to stay in the country, and that's exactly what happened. So we know the solutions, we know what to do. So recently, what we also realized that we have housemanship training. After that, people have to go and do, say, 3 to 1 year extra and all sorts of things before you are given steady leave. The postgraduate system was being paid for by the students for the exams and training and all these things. But now, thanks be to God, and now nobody pays fees for postgraduate training, especially doctors. So that is also removed. And we are now streamline the postgraduate system from this academic year, I think from September this year, to make sure that all the cumbersome and all the other things which were in place for people to enter the Ghana Postgraduate College has been removed, so that you can go straight after your primaries to do your postgraduate system, whether you are 1 year post 2 year housemanship training or not. And if you streamline all this, I'm also thinking of adding more training so that I can take a lot of people. And then we decentralize with the system, at least the career progression is then taken care of. And then once the economy then boosts up again of the CD dollar ratio, conversion factor is also contained, then whatever money you get here, at least it will be a bit comparable, like in the early 2000s. So this is, to me, the two important ways that we have to do to mitigate the grading that we are now all discussing. In addition to other factors like people should be paid for work done. Productivity is very, very important. And then we are now also thinking that anybody who is sent to any place, there will be a decent accommodation for the person to stay in. All these things we can do, especially the accommodation factor. Government cannot do it alone. We have to do it with the private sector. And I'm very happy to say, why I said, there are a lot of private sector people who are much more interested now to help us to put up accommodation for health workers, like we have done for the judges and the rest, so that we have a medical village wherever a hospital is, especially. I'm not going around monitoring Agenda 111 in Upper East, Upper West, the Northeast, part of Northeast region. We started on Monday. There are some areas, if you don't add more accommodation to the place, it will be very difficult for people to move there. So we have to entice them, create medical villages around the country where there will be amenities and schools and everything for the health workers, where if the person is in a rural area, then we have a rural area incentives, like you have accommodation allowance added to it so that it can be used to pay for the private sector. These are some of the things we are putting in place and we are making sure that it happens. In addition to promotions, in addition to also giving extra incentives for those who are in rural communities, hard to reach areas, and also underserved disciplines.
Right.
If you do all these things, what happened during the early 2000s and then the late 1994 are all put in place. 1990s are put in place. Then we can then make sure that we mitigate the brain drain. That's what's going to happen. But I'll add quickly that we cannot, as a country, compete with those who are changing their rules now. Because at first, if you want to work in the US or you want to work in the UK, even if you are a specialist, you have to go through another training or another set of examination. But now I understand that they've relaxed all those rules because they need people post-COVID. So we are competing with these giant economic countries who can pay or whose salaries, if you look at it at their condition of service, is above what is in the developing countries or limited middle income economies like Ghana. So we have to put in place so that we can mitigate the brain drain. And to me, and that is the advice that we are giving, that we should have career progression where students we should have also established places with accommodation, and we are putting up new hospitals. So there will be a lot of new machines and new equipment which you will work off to have. If you are at a place where you have your CT scan, you have MRIs, you have ultrasounds, whatever you want to work off with, the equipment are there. Then at least you have your job satisfaction. In addition to also make sure that we also look at the conditions of service of these health professionals, doctors and other health professionals. To me, that is the way we have to go, and then we can mitigate and then reduce the number of people who are leaving the country.
Right. Okay. So to be clear, it sounds like everything you've outlined is a plan, something you are proposing should be done to solve the problem. It's not what we are currently doing. Does that mean that
something that we have started doing? It's something that, because that's the reason why I saw, for example, we are going around to make sure that we have a lot of hospitals in all the districts. We are making sure that these hospitals come with the right equipment. These hospitals have the right accommodation to also staff. The staff can also live in a decent accommodation. And then we then sit down with Ghana Medical Association and all the associations and then negotiate also their condition of service. And we see there's also underserved and deprived area allowance. Then we socialize that one and then we move on. So it's something which is ongoing, not that there's something that we have planned.
Nigeria has just signed a new policy to even start attracting those who have already left to come back to Nigeria, and those who trained abroad to come and use their skills in Nigeria. So they've set up things like incentive schemes to help them acclimatize into the Nigerian system, which includes accommodation and a lot of the things you've mentioned. But in addition to all that, they are also setting up bilateral agreements with some of these countries that need trained medical professionals from Nigeria. Now, in exchange for every one worker you get from Nigeria, you will train one worker to return to Nigeria and offer their medical services there. So this is a government-to-government agreement that has been made to help reverse the tide of brain drain. Is Ghana thinking of doing anything similar to that?
Yes, our flag bearer will be launching the manifesto. I didn't want to take the word out of it. We have also plans like that. To tell you some bit of what we want to do, we in the country, for example, doctors, we have what we call the Ghana Physicians and Surgeons Foundation in the U.S., which we have been attending their meetings. We are working together with them. They are nurses, they are physiotherapists, pharmacists also in the U.S. and the U.K. Those are people who have gone out there. They are all willing to come back. So maybe I will just make a small decision, but I wanted to wait for our flag bearer to speak on Sunday. That's why I don't want to go into details. But these are some of the things that we are going to put in place. There will be a whole unit or agency which will be working together with our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. We need them for training. We need them to also help us to better our quality of services in this country. But a lot of them are specialists and super specialists. And if you want to have very top specialists in this country to be able to train our young ones who are coming from the medical school, we need to also attract them in.
Right.
And there are a lot of incentives that will be given to the diasporans to also come and help.
Right.
The government-to-government bilateral negotiations also, we even started talking. We started moving with them. But you see, we have what we call the World Health Assembly figures, where we have to be at a certain level before maybe we can actively send nurses out like the Philippines are doing. Luckily, we are training a lot of nurses. But you see, the nurses that these countries want are the specialized nurses. And that is how we are going to deal with them, to be able to train more perioperative nurses, train more specialists, even doctor specialists and all this. If you have more than enough, why can't you then arrange? And then every year, that is the numbers that you need. And then you are assisting us in the training of all these health professionals. And then we'll know the number that we can take them. Because anytime people move outside, not that they are of no use to us, they all want to come back. I was so impressed and so amazed that even those Ghanaians, the doctors who have Ghanaian heritage, that their mothers and fathers are Ghanaians or one of their parents are Ghanaians, are even more active than those who migrated from here.
Right.
And they are willing and eager to come back home and assist. They may not like to come and stay here forever, but as they do in India, as they do in other countries, to be working together with us in the health sector to make sure that they can then impact any knowledge that they have. Most of the things that they want to do it even for gratis. And those who want to come back and set up specialist hospitals and the training centers in Ghana, we are also enticing them and we are discussing it and let them come home. So maybe we took the decision maybe earlier than the Nigerians.
Oh, okay.
With them for the past few years.
Dr.
Nsiah, we announced it because we want to have it well established. I know that the GMA president have been to us to this annual conferences. Almost every time that we go there, the GMA has a representation there, and they know what we are doing. And the nurses, we have to take them there also to meet their nursing counterparts. And they started coming in. But with the countries who need our health professionals from this country, that is how we are going to engage them. We've already engaged the German government, and we even told them, if you want people, especially they were looking for nurses, if you want nurses to come to Germany and work, come, let's look at 1 or 2 or 3 schools, get people into these schools, even doing their training for the 4 years for Bachelor of Nursing. They also do a language course and then go to also Germany for attachment, so that before they even finish, before those people are sent to Germany, they understand at least few German language, and they also know the system that works in Germany.
Okay.
And then they can they very quickly assimilate into their system.
All right.
So these are plans that are in place. As I said, on Sunday, our Fred Bera will give the broad headlines of what we're going to do. And then we'll continue with the conversation. We'll come to your station and then explain what you want to do, looking at the brain drain and taking advantage of the brain drain.
Right.
Also putting in plans to also mitigate the brain drain. Okay. And then how we can use health professionals also to entice people into the country. And also a direct foreign exchange into the country, including medical.
Right, understood. Dr. Nsiah, stay with us. I want to bring in Dr. Richard Selumey. He's the General Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association. Dr. Selumey, thank you for your time and your patience. You've heard what plans the government has, and in fact, the party in power has going forward to stop brain drain. Will they work?
Well, good morning, Kojo, and good morning to your listeners. I heard parts of what Dr. Nsiah was talking about because your line dropped a few times. As my president, president of the Ghana Medical Association, Dr. Ahmed Frank Serbo, said not too long ago, the biggest reason for which people are leaving, all professionals in general, and then doctors are leaving, is mainly economical. In the sense that their purchasing power in the market has reduced over a long time. And so, besides the example where, despite the best efforts of governments over the years, including this government that has made some good efforts to try to improve conditions of service, you actually, in terms of buying power, in dollar terms, for example, having worked for long and improvements in your salary in nominal terms, have actually worse off in terms of what you can afford to buy with that money. I remember during house job time, when we had just left house job, Mercedes C-Class used to be called pure water, because generally when your back pay comes, with a little bit in addition, or even with that, you should be able to purchase a C-Class. Some people were able to purchase CRVs and co and that. Now, it is difficult because your salary converted to dollar terms, you are even worse off then, because that is the reality. And so the general economic situation is a big disincentive, because no matter how much you earn, the general average doctor cannot walk to a showroom to even buy a car, let alone go and purchase a house off. And so many people are asking themselves those questions, that after serving this country, after working all this while, what do I gain? How do I go home? If my salary cannot take me home, how do I go home? And that is the main incentive. Of course, admittedly, it is difficult for us to compete with the countries where people are migrating to. However, if we were able to put certain key measures in place, especially things that take care of the recurrent costs that workers face, like healthcare. Many healthcare workers would have to actually pay for their own healthcare. In sometimes the hospitals they even operate. Sometimes the Ghana Medical Association has had to jump in. Of course, sometimes we even call on government when the costs are high. And so those are important discussions we must have, and like we are having rightly so now. So some of the measures Dr. Nsiah-Sarri has mentioned are things that have also been on the table for long. For example, the rural incentive package, beyond allowances, included many other things that we felt will motivate people, especially those staying and going to the rural areas. Because if you get these people to stay long enough, some may get married and may not want to go out again. Some may establish businesses and may not want to leave again. Some may at least serve for a period before they think about leaving. However, this implementation of this, which has gone ahead, a team has worked on it, costed it and all that, has been stuck at cabinet for quite a long time. Of course, we have pushed that some aspects of it, the non-financial aspects of it, like promotions out of 10, sponsorship for postgraduates and other trainings, various other non-financial aspects of it, we've pushed that those ones should be done. There are some efforts and attempts to implement same. However, we realize that it's also not across board. The issue about residency is an issue that is very important, and of course some efforts have been made in this regard. School fees is no more. And again, where people are supposed to be released early enough to leave for school, specialized, and they then often stay. And so these are some of the things that we have spoken about, and I think Dr. Nsiah-Sarri have also spoken about, but we think the implementation of same has delayed. But the underlying thing, major underlying thing here, is the fact that the general economic situation is such that the salaries cannot take you home.
Let me bring in Kwame Sarpong-Asiedu, who's a D&D fellow on public health for CDD Ghana. Kwame, it's great to have you on the show again. Good morning. Look, if it is predominantly an economic problem, then the solution is predominantly economic. And according to economics, the more scarce the resource, the higher the value. Really, should it not be as simple as that? Should the government of Ghana, the economy of Ghana, not already be paying doctors, especially specialists, a lot more for their unique skills?
Kojo, good morning, and good morning to Richard and Dr. Ntiasari. You have a point there, but paying more is relative. If you listened to what Dr. Salome said, and if you've listened to Dr. Frank Serbo, paying more should reflect purchasing power. So, for example, it would be wrong to say currently health professionals are not being paid more in CD terms compared with, say, 5 years ago. But it would also be wrong to say their purchasing power is the same as it was 5 years ago. Because when they convert their salaries into dollars, they are worse off. So that is how I want to situate the question and say, Kojo, when you say pay more in what sense? Pay more to ensure that their purchasing power is improving, or pay more in the sense that the quantum of CDs they are receiving are improving? That's one thing.
It's a fair point. Let me clarify so we can answer the question better. So I'm talking about in relation to the scarcity of their service or the scarcity of their skill. Okay, so today in Ghana, should a specialist medical doctor not be paid more than, say, a politician? Bearing in mind it's much easier to find a politician than it is to find a medical specialist.
You see, Kojo, that was where I was actually going to, because it's an open secret that I work in the UK predominantly, even though I work in Ghana as well. But you would find that even some consultants in UK hospitals, and Dr. Ntiasari knows this, earn more than the Prime Minister, because as you know, all three of you on the moderators today, Winston and Raymond, have lived in the UK, and you know that these salaries are published openly, so you can find the consultants range, you can find it. You know what the Prime Minister is.
Yeah.
And there are some consultants who earn more than the Prime Minister, and you know that. And that is why I'm saying pay more in what sense? Is it pay more in such that their salaries are pegged based on their skills, as is done in some countries, so that yes, if he might be a consultant and is earning more than the Prime Minister, but nobody cares? Or pay more and ensure that their purchasing power, say, if when they graduated as a house officer, their salary was equivalent to £1,500 or $1,500 a month. Having worked for 10 years, whatever they are earning is equivalent to, say, $2,500 a month, because that would also be paying more. Those are the serious conversations we need to have, because that the economics of it all is also got to do with political will and decision making. Because if you say, in countries like the UK, where the Prime Minister knows, like when Boris Johnson was taking on well, he had to be taken to baths. You'll not be taken anywhere down to the hospital in your constituency. And all of you know that because of, what do you call it, the locality demarcations and all that, unless there is a subsequent referral. So the Prime Minister knows that to maintain that consultant in this country, so that when I'm unwell and I'm taking to him, I get the best health care. This is the, the going rate. Unfortunately, we've not designed our health system that way. Whether we like it or not, our politicians would sit on the next flight if they could and they were stabilized to go and see these consultants who are earning more than their Prime Minister.
Yeah.
So you see the cognitive dissonance in the question I ask. As in, what do you mean by paying more? Is it just to ensure that you maintain their purchasing power, or you are paying for the true value of their skills? Because they are two different conversations. And that is why I'm making this analogy. Because if you go to the US, you go to Germany, to most countries, you find consultants and other things who earn more than the leaders of the country. It is known. And you would have thought that in a country like Ghana, where even the president said in 2017 that if you wanted to make money, you don't come in as a politician, you work out in the private or public sector, because that's where the money is. We would be comfortable with some of these propositions. But the truth of The matter is, we are not comfortable with some of these positions. So now let me go back to a lot of the things that Dr. Isiasari has said. On paper, Dr. Isiasari is saying nothing different from what is contained in the Kampala Declaration of 2008. And I've shared it with Winston and all of you. So you have copies of the declaration that was made as to how to retain health professionals in lower middle income countries. The review of that Kampala Declaration was done in Accra in 2009. The sad thing is, 2024, how many years later, we are saying we are going to do the same thing that was in a document that we appended our signature to in 2008. So, for someone like me who reads these documents as part of my way of working, because what am I? A fellow in research in health for CDD Ghana. So I read these documents. When I hear senior colleagues like Dr. Isiasari talk, I go back and I compare what they are saying to what we actually signed up to do as part of being members of the WHO in a meeting that was chaired by Ban Ki-moon, who was then the United Nations Secretary General, because at that time, this was a serious problem. I asked myself, if we've not done it since 2008, what makes me think that going into a manifesto in 2024 is going to improve the situation? You understand me? So I am not disputing in one bit that what Dr. Isiasari is saying is the right way to go, because it has been the right way since before 2008, to the point that it became a declaration of the United Nations and World Health Organization, which is still standing. The question I ask myself is, why have we had a government in power since 2017 and we're in 2024, 7 years, and they came to power 9 years after the signing of the Kampala Declaration. And not a lot of it has been implemented, to the point that at the time that the Kampala Declaration was signed, it was junior doctors that were leaving. Now specialists are leaving, which means the situation has aggravated. So yes, I'm happy with what Dr. Isiasari is saying. And ordinarily, I'd say, bingo, let's go. But I need the politicians, be it NDC, be it NPP, because you realize that's why I go back to 2008, because after that, the NDC was in power till 2016. The NPP are subsequently taking over. Not a lot has happened in that document.
Yeah.
When I was invited to come onto this program, I went back to listen to the Public Accounts Committee sitting of the 30th of July. And I heard of a doctor who took study leave to train and subsequently was supposed to return to the Ridge Hospital. But when I was returning to the Ridge Hospital, they then got an opportunity to train as a consultant geriatric medicine person in the UK, so left. And this is the irony. We have no consultant in that field in Ghana. The people from the Ridge Hospital were telling the members of parliament that we didn't have a specialist, and this person had gotten the opportunity to go and train. What did we hear? No, refer the matter to Yoko. That is the political will Kojo I talk about. The people sitting there didn't think, wait a minute, how have we since 1957 not had a specialist in geriatrics in the country? Now that we are getting the first one trained, we are not looking at special circumstances so that this would even be a limelight for other health professionals, doctors realize if I get a strict specialization like that and I have to leave because I cannot train in Ghana, I wouldn't be punished for availing myself to that opportunity. So you see, I bring all these things in, and then I go back to the Kampala Declaration and say that these things are all in the Kampala Declaration to ensure some of the things Dr. Isiasari was saying to happen, where you talk about brain circulation, so that these people go and train, and even if they don't come back into the country, they are eager to come back and replow their intellect into the country so that we can start training our specialists in these areas where we do not have the expertise. But now we want to punish people for taking that opportunity. And that's why I'm asking the question of my senior colleague, Dr. Siasa, that why should I believe that it going into a manifesto is going to make a difference when it's a WHO declaration and it's made no difference? So, Coach, this is how I come to this conversation.
Right.
Because the solutions are known. Like I said, I've sent it to you. It's on the Kampala Declaration. Clearly, Dr. Siasari has read it as a leader in health. He's eloquently espoused them. And I don't doubt his ability to implement them. The question is, why hasn't it been done?
Right. Well, that's certainly a question we would like to hear Dr. Nsiansari address, including this issue of what happened at the Public Accounts Committee. Doc, just before we hear from you, Dr. Richard Salome has to catch a flight, so let me just get a quick confirmation from him. Are you aware of this situation that came up at PAC, and how common and widespread is it?
Hello, Kojo.
Yes.
Can you please take that again? I'm not sure what you're talking. Your line dropped for a while, so I'm not sure what you're talking about at PAC.
So Kwame Sapon-Asiedu raises an issue of a case that came up at Public Accounts Committee. Ridge Hospital had a member of staff that had completed training, was supposed to serve a bond, but had an opportunity to go and study geriatric medicine, which is a specialism that we don't have in Ghana at all. So she took the opportunity to go and study, and as a result, she was told she had to pay for the bonded period that she didn't serve. And the payment negotiations haven't been completed, but Public Accounts Committee has recommended that the lady be referred to IOKU. And I mean, so the concept here is that, you know, she's actually getting penalized for pursuing a specialty that we don't even have here in the country. And I'm asking, is this common? Is it widespread? And how does that affect the desire of doctors to pursue specialties?
Well, to some extent, I've heard on this issue. However, some of the latter bits, I'm not fully appraised on them, and I would not want to speak to them. But what I would want to say is that when we approach issues from that penalistic point of view, you may end up driving people away. And then also, where within the system, there are people who also abuse the processes, and then they are not as penalized as people like that. And then it is seen as though once you leave the country, then you would, you have to be punished for getting out. That also is wrong. What I think is important is to see how, one, compliance with the processes when you also want to leave the country, and then also ensuring that we encourage people and entice them to actually come back and use the expertise that they learn to visit the country. One of the things that I was also going to touch on is the fact that we don't necessarily have to bundle people to come back to the country and stay full-time. People may come in to even render service for brief periods. For example, when they are on leave, we should encourage them to want to come back and serve. Some will pass on expertise, like the emergency medicine program, which was the first in the sub-region, started in Konfanochi Teaching Hospital. One of the consultants at the time was not based in Ghana and was coming and going. He was a Ghanaian, but then, a U.S. citizen, but a Ghanaian of roots. And he was coming in, and one of those who helps establish that. Subsequently, fellows have been trained, and they are training people locally, and even for the sub-region, and one of the best emergency medicine training programs across the world. And so the way we attempt those issues, being punitive and being high-handed, especially when health workers have to have such issues, is also not helpful. Let me just quickly add on that beyond economic issues is also the issue of employee well-being. Many of us have had to serve in areas under serious conditions where sometimes what you need to work is not available, and that affects satisfaction with what you even do. So there are people who have the skill, they have acquired the skill, orthopedic surgeons or obstetricians, gynecologists, and they do not have either the complementary specialists in other fields, for example, the nurses, the other devices, equipment, logistics to go with them. And so sometimes you have a patient right in front of you, you have the skill, but unfortunately you can't do much about it. Sometimes it's about ambulance referring this person and this whole issue about financing the ambulance itself. And so you lose patients in front of you that you can't handle. And people then get depressed with some of these. So employee fulfillment on the job itself is also one. Also, tightly linked to this, which may not be specific to health, is the issue of amenities. Very bad roads. Sometimes posting you to certain places essentially is as though you are being sentenced to a certain other world apart from where you work. People have had to go across streams to hard to reach areas. Sometimes the roads are bad. You don't have good schools to make sure your kids also go to school. So that the question arises, how do you serve when you yourself, you cannot live? And so you must live to let live. So we must look at this in a comprehensive manner. If you take Akosombo, for example, when a dam was being built, a township was constructed with an international school, with a swimming pool, with a clubhouse, with markets, supermarkets, etc., for the workers that work there. So people did not mind living wherever they had to go. Same with the mining towns. To go and live in these places because amenities are proper. It's an international school. Their kids, things are subsidized for them, and they are able to work hard knowing that some of these issues have been taken care of. Here lies the case. You get to work in a lot of places. The schools are not good, so you are thinking about where to take your kids. Where to take your kids to, the costs are so high, the economic situation doesn't permit you, unless probably you have to be running around doing locums and other things. So it's an issue that needs to be holistically looked at and bringing on board all actors. For example, not government should look at bringing on table private developers, the banks, other institutions to come on board. What does a health worker need for starters? Out of school, a house, a car to move about. Why can't we offer it such that it's a combo, a house and a car? If you work in Ghana for the next 5 or 7 years, we can discuss the period, so that by the time you work for that period, this car and house are yours. People will be forced, after working 3-4 years, to say, hey, if I leave now, I lose this car and a house. Let me serve the 5 years, get the house, even if I wanted to leave. You have had somebody who has served 5 years in that community, and another person will come and also serve another 5 years. And hopefully you have a stream of people being there, rather than leaving people to have to fend, and the economic situation, as we said, does not even augur well for them. So these are very, very key things, and especially the healthcare matters and mental well-being of workers, where we have to fork out money ourselves, and even associations sometimes stepping in, and sometimes government itself stepping in to pay healthcare worker their healthcare issues. Especially when a lot of these people, some of them, have acquired some of these by long work that they do, exposures to depressing situations, exposures to various infections. You remember we lost very key top specialists, including the rector of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, because of COVID, and he's gone just like that. So these are issues that I think that we have to mainstream, and we shouldn't be talking about we will do. We must begin to demand. And I say this in conclusion, that the people should not behave that we are innocent bystanders. Governments, in generic terms, governments, NDC, MPP, whichever government comes into power, administrates the country on our behalf. If we allow specialists to leave, which is becoming the trend, hematologists are leaving. So who is going to take care of your sickle cell patients? Specialists are leaving, where maternal cases in some districts, adjoining districts, they are preparing to leave. If they leave, all these people now have to spend more money to travel to, say, bigger centers, look for somewhere to stay, where they will buy food and etc. It will affect you, it will affect me. And so we must take active interest in these things and ensure that the governments who administer power on our behalf ensure that professionals are comfortable and want to stay, so that when we are sick, we'll get the best of care here, rather than some situations where people now have to take flights and go to India and go to other countries for some of the things that we can do here. We have the expertise and we have the people to do them here.
Right. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I certainly want to hear the reaction of Dr. Anthony Nsiah-Sarrey, a presidential advisor on health, to some of the issues that have been raised by our guests, Kwame Sarpong Asiedu and Dr. Richard Salome. Stay with us.
Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resorts. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castanet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, while you pet and feed them. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Gasaba. Smoke from firewood and charcoal is harmful and as damaging to our lungs as cigarettes. It can cause heart diseases leading to stroke and may even affect our eyesight in the long run. Grandmothers, mothers, sisters, wives, men, caterers, and everyone still cooking with charcoal, let's switch to LPG gas. The National Petroleum Authority has introduced the cylinder recirculation model in collaboration with local partners to make gas more accessible in all local communities. Whether you own a cylinder or not, join our CRM initiative. Simply show up at any exchange point near you with a small down payment to receive a filled cylinder or swap your empty one. Regular safety checks will be in place. Say ebisa mo say mo gas. Afi de gasaba. Switch from firewood and charcoal to gas for a better and healthier life. This message is brought to you by the National Petroleum Authority and the Ministry of Energy.
Manchester City are the Premier League champions again.
When it's football you want, get it all on DSTV. All the leagues, all the cups, all the matches live. Because when it comes to football, we've got it all day, all night. No matter what package you're on, you're always going to get football on DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Hey, Eradi, where are all these high bills coming from? Now, where they made it here? In these times of high electricity tariffs, Build-Freeze solar hybrid air conditioners are your sure bet to cut down on electricity bills. Build-Freeze cool your buildings comfortably with very low energy consumption. The amazing part is the air conditioners are built with the latest German technologies that give you 80% savings on energy consumption compared to traditional air conditioners. Build-Freeze come with a 6-year warranty and free after-sale servicing for a year. Please call us for purchases on 053-1100-915, 053-1100-915. Build-Freeze, superior cooling with lower energy.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me. Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat?
I don't know.
Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
The luckiest
Star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah.
Welcome and Namfufua, a daily star 712 hash and found no regrets. A side comma investors are a striking gold. A comma health workers are a diagnosing luck with precision. A side comma that tough guy who couldn't hold back his tears. Say a comma passionate fan on also entering containing a joy. After to the seamstresser or turning a hard-earned stitches into a bundle of happiness. And now, a comma if you say your next big win is right here.
Dial star 712 hash and join the luckiest winning celebration. From the 1st of July 2024, dial star 712 hash to keep buying tickets as a group, individual, or even as a community. Win loads of cash and prizes in the community draw or go for the grand draw on the 30th of November 2024. Unlock your luck with star 712 hash. Join the winning streak now.
The luckiest
star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah. The luckiest.
This
is James. Leave a message.
James, the game's about to start and everybody's here. Salah's got the meat going, Erling's got the cold ones, Saka's chilling. Where are you, man?
All your best football friends are waiting for you to join them for the Premier League. From 10 August to 10 November, you can get GoTV Super Plus now for the discounted price of 265 cedis to enjoy all 380 games of the Premier League live. Don't wait. Upgrade today. GoTV. Love it. T's and C's apply.
Everyone is running to Bills. Enjoy the peace of mind that comes with acquiring any of our loan facilities. For whoever you are and whatever you're doing, Bills has a product for you. No susu, no deposits. All you need is your Ghana card. Call 0302-200-390 or 0596-928-33 today and live a bill-free life. Bills Microcredit is licensed by the Bank of Ghana. Bills, financing your needs. Terms and conditions apply.
Six on the Super Morning Show. We're having a very critical conversation about brain drain, but we've narrowed it down to the medical specialists. Very valuable skills which we are losing hand over fist to other countries, and we're wondering what we can do to turn the tide around. We've been hearing from Kwame Sapwa-Siedu of CDD Ghana. We've heard from Dr. Richard Selome, General Secretary, Ghana Medical Association, and of course, Dr. Anthony Nsiah-Sarri, Presidential Advisor on Health. We're about to hear Dr. Nsiah-Sarri's reactions to some of the things that the other panelists have been raising. But first, who can remember 15 years ago, you know, when you just bought your first mobile phone, sent a text message via the internet for the first time, or, you know, just discovered the ease of moving money around conveniently. Think back to all of those moments. Momo has been there for you. Well, guess what? Momo is now 15 years old. From the first time you sent money to a loved one to paying your bills effortlessly or enjoying the peace of mind that comes with secure, safe, and reliable transactions. It's been an amazing journey so far. Now get ready for some mouth-watering offers as we all celebrate Momo at 15. Look out for their market storms and floats near you with some mind-blowing prizes. Thank you, Ghana, for doing this with MTN. Download My Momo app from the App Store, on Google Play Store, and just Momo it everywhere you go.
So the new order of retirement is here. You know, you won't work forever. You'll retire eventually. Now, you can retire on your own terms with a guaranteed monthly income for the rest of your life. Simply invest a lump sum into your Old Mutual retirement salary plan today and start receiving monthly income to enjoy the perfect retirement. It's that easy. And the best part is you enjoy salary increase. In 2023-2024, it was 16%. Call Old Mutual on 0504-534-333 or visit oldmutual.com.gh or simply dial *789*01# to request a call. Or Brapa Ahotonkwa. Old Mutual, do great things every day.
Now, conferencing doesn't have to be same boring routine. The location for your next conference, Kojo, can be both resort-oriented and also relaxing.
It better be.
Yes, not the BR conference room. Aqua Safari Resort gives you the best of both worlds and more. Let them take the stress out of the process. Just call them on this number now. Write it down. 054-011-0190 and watch your conferences and events effortlessly taken care of.
So let go of the overpriced land, home ownership and furnishing deals. Get the best deals for your housing needs at one place. Visit the EcoBank Joy News Mini Fair at Good Park near Accra Mall from the 30th of August to the 1st of September 2024. The fair is open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily and admission is free. Be there to engage with various stakeholders in the housing value chain for your home ownership needs. EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair. Get a house, make it a home. And it's in partnership with the EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, powered by the Plan City Extension Project from Cities and Habitat, rent to own and sponsored by Elegant Homes, where quality meets value, safety and home solutions. You think of a door, we have it. G&J Technical Services, the generator, people, Def Traco Woodlands, a master plans, gated city, DPS pipes, connecting you to life. Homeworld Building Supplies, let's build together. Global Lighting, your solution to quality lighting. Superlock, you deserve the best. Everless UPVC windows and doors, the right choice for windows and doors. Syntex Tang, a strong, a tough. Lesh Fortune Limited, curtains, papa, be luxuriously perfect. And DBS Roofing Industry, your roof experts. And Virtual Security, complete security solution.
If it's football you want, we've got it all. Yes, all of it's on DSTV. All the leagues, all the cups, all the matches live in HD. Watch star boy Mohamed Kudus in his second season at West Ham, and trust that you get to see Kylian Mbappe in full flight for Real Madrid. All day, all night, no matter what bouquet you're on, you get to watch football. Renew your subscription today. Dial *759# and follow the prompts. This season promises to be exciting. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Okay, don't forget to go to kingdomstoreonline.com and get yourself the best quality office essentials, equipment, furniture, all from Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited. They will deliver to your home or office in good time. And of course, if you're in Accra or Tema, you get free delivery. You can pay by Momo across all networks for whatever you buy, and terms and conditions do apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
So, this August, we're focusing on agribusiness as part of the Joy Business Masterclass series. And yesterday, the focus was on snail farming.
The cannibals.
And, we're told of how you could earn 5.6 million Ghana cedis. Just engaging in snail farming.
Yes.
And the fact that many of us, even the slime from the snail, which is a huge commodity in
skincare.
For skincare, and many of us are not aware of
you'll be using it?
No, but I've seen it on some ladies' dresses.
Well, so that's a conversation that we had yesterday, and in fact, you can actually get onto YouTube. Look out for it. How's the importance of snail farming?
In fact,
Joy Business. You get
snail farming is more lucrative than the oldest profession in the world.
And so it's every Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Let's dive into practical tips, inspiring stories, and interactive discussions. Whether you're a seasoned farmer or just starting, there's a series for you. Tune into Joy 99.7 FM and be part of Ghana's agribusiness revolution. Joy Business, empowering, prospering together. It's better than the oldest profession.
Yes. Agribusiness.
Oh, yes, it's the way to go.
Yeah.
Very lucrative thing.
Yeah. All right, then. Listen, let's get to it. We will be rejoined by Dr. Nsia Sari. Unfortunately, we've lost Dr. Richard Selame. He had to board a flight, so he asked to be excused. Dr. Nsia Sari will rejoin us. We're connecting to him now. But we still have Kwame Sapon-Asiedu, D&D Fellow on Public Health at CDD Ghana. So, look, Kwame, you've pointed out that what we've heard so far by way of solutions from proposed solutions from government, it's all old hat. It's old stuff. Ban Ki-moon, superintended over some of these decisions. So it's old, and we still have the numbers rising of those leaving our borders. So what would work?
Well, thanks. What would work is the political will to implement what we know. I've always been one person who doesn't believe in reinventing the wheel. And that was why I was saying that a lot of the things Dr. Nsia is saying are brilliant, but we've known them since before 2008. So what would work is the political will. A lot of the time. And I was glad with something that Dr. Nsia said before we went on the break, and that is that we should all be involved in the health conversation. I've been saying this for as long as any of you can remember, where I was like, one of the reasons why I get into the health conversation, irrespective of all the knocks that you take sometimes when you get into it, is that health is too important to be left to just the politicians or the health professionals to have a conversation. And I am glad that Dr. Nsia is saying the same thing, because you know what? Today you are a journalist. Tomorrow you are a doctor. Next minute you are a patient. And the tables can turn so quickly between you being the most senior consultant to you being the patient on the bed. And that is how important health is. So when I hear the people who we vest power into, like the likes of Dr. Nsia, because he's the presidential advisor, beginning to say and advocate that, look, don't leave these conversations to us alone. Whether it's NDC or NPP, we need to have these conversations, because the resultant actions, if we don't have these conversations and we don't force the political will for change, is that we would all get into trouble. So for me, the key thing, Kojo, is what you guys are doing now. Begin to ask the questions. If you've known the solution since 2008, the follow-up meeting was had in Ghana in 2009, and the likes of Dr. Nsiah, you are telling us now that we are going to do exactly the same things that we've known since 2008. Why haven't you done it till now? And what is going to make us believe that you are going to do it? But more importantly, what should we judge you by? What are the timelines? What are the milestones? What are the key performance indicators? Because I don't believe that just taking the Kampala Declaration and putting it into, be it NDC or NPP manifesto, is what's going to make the change. It's not going to make the change. So the question must be the strong conversation and holding people's feet to the fire to ensure that they prioritize our health professionals and have that key conversation around the economics. What sort of economics are we talking about? Are we talking about the economics where we pay for their true value? As I was saying earlier, where if a consultant's value is more than the president or the prime minister of a country, the president or the prime minister should not be bothered one bit if they earn more than them and are drawing their salaries from the same public payers that the president or prime minister draws their salaries from, because it's happening across the world? Or are we going to have the economic conversation where we say we are going to retain their purchasing power based on the value and premium that our country puts on them? And if that's the conversation we are going to have, is that purchasing power prioritization enough to stand the brain drain? Because at the end of the day, whatever decision we take, if it doesn't stand the brain drain, then we are better off not taking it. So these are the things that I believe can be done to try and fix this.
All right. Do we have Dr. Nsiah yet? Okay, we're working on that. But Kwame, I want to thank you for your time with us. As always, very elucidating conversation. We appreciate it. Okay. Listen, guys, I mean, having listened to this, a couple of things occurred to me. First of all, it seems that we've decided as a nation to use the stick more than the carrot when it comes to, retaining our medical professionals. So we will bond them into working a couple of years before they can go off and do other things. We'll bond them. I mean, we'll indenture them into some servitude for some 2 years before we let them go work elsewhere. Dr. Richard Salome suggests, why not incentivize them? Put a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Tell them, if you work for 7 years, you get a house and a car. So much as they would rather, go off and do other things, they will serve the 7 years to get the reward at the end of it and go. And then others will come and do the same. So that we'll continuously be getting a steady stream of people committed to at least some 7 years, during which, who knows, they might get married, have kids, and even abandon any plans to go elsewhere. Would that not work better?
How about a combination of all factors that work at specific periods? Because we like alternating things. Either or might not work for any system. So policy rethinking would require that, for example, and I know this has happened before. I had a classmate who, when he was at the University of Ghana Medical School, it was his district that paid for his schooling. And he spent a long time in that district. In fact, he only had to leave for school and stayed teaching and has plans of even coming back. What he then did was paid for more than 20 more students from that same district fully for their education. To him, without having to get that payment coming from the district, there's no way he would have been able to fully fund his university education. So to him, it was absolutely necessary. District took charge of that. District, not central government. It was a decision of a DC that we have all the things we can do, but we need to invest this amount of money into 4 students. One in engineering, Henry was the one who was actually doing the medical sciences. That is also possible. District can decide that instead of always buying rice and sharing, we can actually prioritize some of these things. But ultimately, no matter what you do, I think this morning, right from the kinky conversation through to this particular conversation of who is living and going where, no matter how you fix the values of the people, there are some economic decisions that if you do not make, it forces people out more than other factors. Because, Kojo, I hear people say you can work actively in the best of professions and serve your nation for 35 years. And that people who have worked for less than 10 years in other very profitable ends will be the ones seeing the very best of consultants, and you can't even pay for that transportation. And your kids will see you as irresponsible, as only having a name that you've earned for yourself, but with nothing accompanying that. So those conversations, they are not limited to certain families. Everybody would want to be having a dignified retirement. And at the original end of the conversation was that Dr. Hadi Abdallah put out there 35 years of working in other countries or working in the Republic of Ghana. Some have come to believe that they will have a better retirement with just 5 years working elsewhere. We should be able to narrow that gap if we cannot completely even the space. And we cannot be fancifully speaking. People are not so ideologically inclined in the Republic that this is my state. No matter what, I'll work here. No matter whose horse is God, I'm working only for Christ. So you need to make sure that the systems work so people can choose to stay.
Right. You see, when you listen to Dr. Salome, he talks about this whole problem also being a development problem. And if it's a development problem, that's why I consistently keep saying that, we're running a system which ordinarily should be solving our problems. But unfortunately, again, because of the political elite and their greed, they've centralized the very system that was supposed to have helped us. Why? The district assembly, in recruiting the best of professionals, must actually create the environment that can sustain these professionals. So the district assembly must actually put in place the best of schools. Okay, get the best of teachers to come and teach in your school. Go out there, instead of the district assemblies consistently hiring people every year who get onto the payroll of the assembly, and when there's a change in government, these same people leave the payroll of the assembly and another batch are brought in who are funded by the internally generated funds. Instead of the district assembly hiring people to go collect money on its behalf and giving them 30% instead of, say, 10%, the district assembly can use all these funds to do what? To actually develop the district. How? So we need to attract the best of doctors.
The DC has a building, nice building. Next to the DC's building is the doctor's quarters. He'll feel that he's in a privileged place.
So look, there are certain areas, rural areas, that attracted the best of professionals, and I'll explain why. At the time in the old Mpohawasa East District, the district capital was Daboase. They had Subri, SIPL, Industrial Plantation Limited. SIPL, because of the activities there, they built a school, had the best of teachers there, and so the workers took their children there.
Precisely.
And from Daboase, they went to the best of schools in this country. They went to all the 8 schools in this country. The point I'm making is that the assemblies, if we're going to deal with this, once the assemblies begin to show and then advertise, Raymond has talked about, funding these things. The very first time I heard of this was in 2000 when my late uncle was talking about how the district assembly at the time had decided to send people to the training colleges or the colleges of education. So they did come back and teach in the schools, the schools in the community. The point I'm making is that today, look, it is not central government that would have to say, work for 7 years and I'll buy you a car. In fact, the district can actually say, the doctor has this vehicle, come and work. After 5 years, we'll give it to you. The district can say, come with your children. They'll be on scholarship while they go to school. Because we have a school here built by the district. And all these STEM schools that Iduchum is
they are now doing all over the country.
The district can do, look, the district can build them. Why do we make it so difficult that at every point in time
Because
we have to go and look for central
the
government?
district, we don't send them to go there and work. We send them there as a reward. They go there on retirement. All right, listen. Let's take some messages. We'll be back after this.
Hey, Bosu, long time.
Yeah. Hey, go and say mu yeni omo. Before na land in mu bi wa.
Oh, go Super XP. Eh, Tregu Gold Station bebre mu Bosu.
Oh, fantastic. Super XP.
Quality. Eh, super. Go Super XP. Bosu, ube feel.
I like that.
Goil Super XP, quality fuel that brings you choice and takes you further. Ideal for most vehicles and fortified with special additives to help your engine perform better and consume less. It's available in many Goil stations nationwide. Goil Super XP, Woofilia, ha, Woofeel. Goil, good energy. Yeah,
Join us on this exciting journey as the next chapter begins on Sunday, 18th August 2024, under the distinguished patronage of the chairman of the New Patriotic Party, the flag bearer and presidential candidate, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and his running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. The NPP unveils the bold solutions to today's challenges. Tune in to your favorite TV channel and radio station and join us as we show the path to a brighter tomorrow. All roads lead to Secondary Takoradi on Sunday, August 18th at 1 p.m.
Manchester City are the Premier League champions again.
When it's football you want, get it all on DSTV. All the leagues, all the cups, all the matches live. Because when it comes to football, we've got it all day, all night. No matter what package you're on, you're always going to get football on DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Let's go off the overpriced land, home ownership, and furnishing deals. Get the best deals for all your housing needs at one place. Visit the EcoBank Joy News Mini Fair at Good Park, Accra Mall from 30th of August till the 1st of September 2024. The fair is open from 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. daily and admission is free. Be there to engage with various stakeholders in the housing value chain for your home ownership needs. EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair. Get a house, make it a home. The EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Plant City Extension Project from Citizen Habitats, Rent to Own, and sponsored by Elegant Homes, where quality meets value, safety and home solutions. You think of a door, we have it. G&J Technical Services, G&J, the generator people, Dev Tracker Woodlands, a master planned gated city, DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Home World Building Supplies, let's build together. Global Lighting, your solution to quality lighting. Superlog, you deserve the best. Everlast UPVC windows and doors, the right choice for windows and doors. Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough, Less Fortune Limited, Curtains Papebi, luxuriously perfect. DBS Roofing Industry, your roof experts. Virtual Security, complete security solution. Yoben Security Doors, protecting lives and properties. And Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investment. EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair. Get a house, make it a home.
The Ghana Connects train arrives at Accra. This time we focus on the Citizens Manifesto. How much of their priority needs and issues have been captured in the manifestos of the political parties? How citizen-centered are the MPP and NDC's manifestos in particular? Make a date with Send Ghana and Joy News as we engage constituents to discuss the Citizens' Social Sector Manifesto.
When you come to the grounds, you see that things are not working well, but they are not telling us the truth.
They have to include us in their manifestos. The private school free SHS will also enjoy it.
Catch the live broadcast on Joy News, Joy 99.7 FM, and across the world at myjoyonline.com and all our social media platforms. Date, Thursday, the 15th of August, 2024. Time, 10 a.m. Venue, Osu Presby Hall, Accra. Come, let's engage on influencing political party manifestos ahead of the December 7 polls on Ghana Connect Town Hall, the Accra edition.
When you want to eat, just Momo it. Tired of the long queues in the supermarket? Pay with Momo. When you really want that beautiful new blouse, just Momo it. When you want to get a trim and get fresh to impress you know who, just Momo it. When you need to pay your utility bills and domestic staff, Shani Momo. When you want to send love to the family back home, send some Momo. Join the millions of MTN Momo users all over Ghana and live life the brighter way. So just Momo it. MTN.
Dearly beloved, one stand by for the following bombshell. The Omanhin of Ogwa traditional area, Osa Berema Dr. Kwesata II, Ogwa Omanhima Nana Ikua Abochi VI, and the Ogwa Traditional Council was a delight and pride to invite Amanfunyinara to the 60th Ogwa Fetu Afashe Festival. Nyaminchaze, the landmark celebration coincide with the 25th anniversary of Osa Berema coronation. Inti Wakaya double celebration. Nanchawara Yahweh de Fetu Afashezi, or you're not just the biggest festival in Ghana, or Sanso was the second biggest carnival in the world. Onuntina, the whole world redescend upon Cape Coast for an action-packed, exciting, Niger-centric 8-day celebration from the first Kepim the 8th of September 2024. Madofo Maminges to highlights. Theme near celebrating the city of first, our people, our future. Special guest of honor here, Otumfo Osei Tutu II. Invited guests Nsudze Bibri, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, former President John Dramani Mahama, Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin, just to mention a Nebian. Now events is the main start to a himfa. Homecoming Carnival, Akom Night, Bakatray Regatta, Food Fair, Youth Colloquium, Orange Friday, Ghana Music Festival, and Sana Traditional Derba Nankasa. Yabosya himfu wim. Na ya celebrating and 7 spectacular Asafo companies through the streets of Gwei. Information in area available online. Inti Kanaka Shishe, Ogwa Fetu Afashe, or social media. Now following for info and updates. Aye. Munya, them menu of merrymaking, them buffet of bashment, them cornucopia of cultural conviviality is it. May allow ma on happen without you at it. May yen share wa Cape Coast, the city of first, for the 60th Ogwa Fetu Afashe Eye. Now this year hashtag Afashe Go B. Hey! Welcome back, and it's time for a little bit of our election headquarters. And you know this is the one place for the absolute best programming in the run-up to the 2024 elections. Our head of the politics desk joins us right now with information about new shows coming up in this final push towards election 2024. Here he is, Evans Mensah. Good morning, Evans.
Hi, Kojo.
Charlie, it's good to have you in the morning. So tell us.
Good. Now,
oh, now, sir, we are going together, right?
Of course. Say that's where the party is.
Excellent. So September, we're all moving down to Cape Coast. We'll get you a tent because all the rooms are full. But Charlie, talk to us. So we're running up to the election, and there are some new shows coming up, right?
Oh, yeah, a few of them. And one of them I'm looking forward to the most is your own show. Oh, my goodness, Election Voice Forces. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Tonight, we're starting with the constituency events. And what we're doing with that election is we're going to the constituency. We're spending a few days camped in the constituency, doing a thorough job assessing all the issues that people feel are important to them, but that would also influence their votes, from health to roads to education whatever it is that people feel is important to them in a constituency basis, the issues quite vary. Now, what we've done in the past is to just go in and do a short feature of, say, 5 minutes. But the feedback from the community people, and this is what we did, is to spend some time and understand what the electors are asking for, is that often we are not as detailed and comprehensive in unearthing the real issues of importance to people in these constituencies. So you need to adopt a different approach, which is adopt a comprehensive documentary style investigation of the issues, so that when you get the members of parliament, you can ask them real questions on behalf of these constituents who often will not get an opportunity to do so. So that is what we're doing with the constituency lens. We're taking our lenses into the constituencies, and we are probing, investigating the issues so we can put it to the candidates who are vying for the votes of these constituent candidates in Marcellus. So that is constituency lens, and it's going to be just like what we do for the hotline, but this time with the elections in mind. We're playing it tonight. The first episode goes live tonight on the Joy News channel, and then on the AM show the next day we'll expand it. But then on the Super Morning show, we will have an opportunity to play it and have the conversations that matter to people in constituencies that we've selected across the country. So that is Constituency Lens, which we're launching today at 8:30 to 9, same time that would have played the hotline documentary on Mondays, but this one goes on Thursdays. So you really want to make a date for that. And today we are focusing on Ashaiman. And I'm really looking forward to this because that's one of the constituencies that we flagged as an area to pay attention to. And we spend days in Ashaiman just speaking to people there about the issues that matter to them. And in that piece, in the documentary, because it's comprehensive, you will also have the candidates who you see them moving around and campaigning and talking to people in their homes and how people are interacting with them and asking them questions in real time in their homes. Fascinating stuff you don't want to miss. So that's tonight. Next week we'll have it fully also on the morning show for a conversation on this. And by the way, so that is it. That's one of the things that we're doing today.
Wow, that's wonderful. So we're pretty much zooming into the actual campaigns. Normally, we tend to just hear, that we went to campaign in Ashaiman, we went to campaign in Dome-Kwabenya. But this time around, we're with them. We're watching them do it, and we're getting the reactions of the electorate as they do it for a period of days on end.
Absolutely. And we're just not following them. We would have done the work with the probing and investigating ourselves what the key issues are. So by the time that you now sort of take a Saturday to follow them to campaign what they're going to do the house to house, you then get to put to them what the issues are. But then you also see whether the constituents themselves are holding their feet to the fire, demanding accountability on some of the key issues that we've already probed and investigated and established before we engage. So we are sort of mediators in the process, knowing the background that we've gathered over the last few days, and then we take it into them in the campaigns as we follow and hear as it goes on. But I need to also say, Kudu, I mentioned at the beginning, the other one that we are launching is the Election Voice Quartet. Now, I should ask you the question, what should people expect? And listening to your first thing, I'm like, oh my goodness, this one is going to be one that you cannot wait for. Mark it in your diary. It's going to happen very soon.
Yeah. Election Boys Quarters is a satirical show hosted by myself and Tahiru Fintuo. It's going to have all kinds of content. I see everyone is already laughing at the concept. Yeah, all kinds of content, including sketches. Okay, so we are going to reenact some of the very interesting events that have occurred in the run-up to this election. Some of the interesting, controversial electoral issues that have come up. We are going to reenact them or enact aspects of it that didn't make it into the headlines, just to shed light on the absurdity of some of the things that we have normalized as part of our politics. It's a very interesting show. I mean, just imagine watching a sketch about how the traditional, those who follow the traditional religion also were looking for land in Accra Central to build their own shrine, just like the cathedral.
Interesting. Yeah. But Evans, I know that today also there's Ghana Connect at 10 a.m., the community. Tell us more about that.
Yeah. I mean, so that's another one that we're doing in partnership with some of our few partners. In this particular case, Send Ghana, right? And this is just spending time in the communities, getting the communities to come together with their candidates to then have a very broadly. So we're in Tamale, we've done the Ashanti region, we've done the Eastern region. Now we're in the Greater Accra region, and doing this at the Osu Presby Hall, and starting at 10. It's going to be a very riveting conversation. And remember, when we did the ballot box. Yes, so this is modeled on a ballot box concept.
Right.
So they're going to come together in a hall. And this is like a town hall. This is what Ghana call a town hall fashion, but this time with the parties and the constituents and people in that particular geographic location coming together in one place for a live conversation.
When is that happening, Evans? When is that happening? When is that starting?
10 a.m. 10 a.m. right now, today. So just a few minutes. It should be starting now, and it's going to be live on Joy News, and you can watch it live, and we are streaming also.
We can't wait. Thank you so much, Evans, for the update. I'm sure there's more. We'll talk as the days go by. But right now it's 10 o'clock. Thank you for listening to the show. Up next is the 10 o'clock bulletin.